Normally, when people decide to leave their old lives behind, they're looking for something better. But Matt and Emma already have what most people aspire to. They've got a lovely house in a pretty village, surrounded by their friends and family. So why on earth do they want to leave it all behind? It's simple. For the price of a bungalow in Surrey, Matt and Emma get this massive barn in Lincolnshire, which comes with its own moat and several outbuildings. And they can afford all this on the income from Matt's telecoms business, allowing Emma to give up her busy job at a local cafe and become a full-time mum to their 2 children. It's now October, and 3 weeks ago, this couple started turning their dream into a reality. Good morning.
Morning.
It's a day for it, isn't it?
Hello.
How you doing, mate?
George, you all right?
This is a great house, isn't it? Tell me a bit how you found it.
We were looking for about 7 or 8 months, basically, around several areas, and we sort of started casting them out a bit further and further afield because we couldn't find what we were looking for. Something like this with a bit of land, and this came up, and it was ideal.
But this is a massive life change for you, isn't it? I mean, for both of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it was kind of, I mean, we've got 2 young children, and that was a sort of critical thing. We're in Surrey at the minute, in Dorking in Surrey at the minute, where property prices are very high, and to actually take the next step up the ladder, if we wanted to have more children or grow into a bigger property, we'd be looking at sacrificing quite a lot financially and also what we would get for our money.
We get fed up with life and just completely chasing your tail where we are now. We're both working full-time, 2 young kids. Don't want to do it anymore, just want to have a life together.
A lot of people have ambitions of changing their life, but never do it.
Yeah.
What makes you different?
You know, you can think about things forever, can't
Exactly.
you? Life's too short, you've got to do it.
You don't want to end up regretting everything you didn't do. I'd sooner regret trying to do this than not trying to do it.
You get one chance in life. You've got to...
Make change.
You've got to make changes.
So this is it.
In the rain? Lovely.
Yeah.
Matt and Emma's dream of a new, simpler rural life revolves around this enormous 18th century granary, which comes with 5 acres of land. This is a great space, isn't it? So what are your plans for this part of the house?
Basically, we're standing in kind of like
The kitchen. This is the walk through to the kitchen. Big open plan kitchen. Downstairs bathroom, cloakroom. A utility room over on the right here.
So where's your main entrance to the house?
Through this doorway.
This huge barn's divided into 2 massive rooms. Umbrellas now, I think. I'm getting absolutely drenched now.
Yeah. It's a bit daunting as it's a living room.
Space, isn't it?
It's great, isn't it?
This is lovely. These arches are really beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, the quality of this brickwork.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
It's really fantastic.
Yeah.
And what are your plans for this space?
There's going to be kind of a home cinema room, drop-down cinema screen at the end of the wall. Sound-wise, there'll be some good quality sound hanging on the wall.
But that's what we want. We want old and new together. That's the whole idea, is to try and incorporate, old and new.
Matt and Emma want to transform this rustic old granary into a luxurious modern family home. You'll enter into an impressive double-height hallway. Upstairs, a suspended walkway will connect the 2 halves of the building. On one side will be a bathroom and 3 bedrooms, and across the other side of the walkway will be a study and the master bedroom, with picturesque views across the Lincolnshire countryside. On the ground floor, there'll be a modern open-plan kitchen, flooded with light from 2 large glass doors. And beyond, the centrepiece of the house, a huge open-plan living dining room. Packed to the rafters with the latest home technology, this will be a showpiece for Matt's telecoms business. It's an ambitious project, and Matt and Emma have funded it with a massive mortgage on this building and their 3-bedroom bungalow in expensive Surrey. So it's a big old project that you've taken on, isn't it? And how much did you actually pay for the property?
All in all,
190.
Yeah, 190.
Yeah.
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, you've got a lot of
You
building.
wouldn't get anything like that down in Surrey. You wouldn't get a 1-bedroom flat for that.
How much have you got to renovate the house?
140,000.
Have you got any experience in building projects like this?
No, not really. We've extended the
Only where we live, the bungalow. The bungalow, we did
small
an extension.
extension.
And I think
It's a little bit more than a small extension, isn't it?
It is, but once you do that, you can build anything.
So we're in October now. January you might move in when it's semi-habitable, but then completely finished February, March.
Exactly.
100%.
100%, yeah. Whether I have to work 24 hours a day to do it, then yeah, we'll have it ready by March. Definitely.
But March is just 7 months away. Matt and Emma's plans to turn this rundown barn into a high-tech home are great, but this building is a wreck, and with winter just around the corner, Matt's got his hands full getting it ready on time. Something tells me it's gonna be tough. Matt runs his own telecoms business, and he's worked out he can afford to take 4 months off to make the building habitable by the end of January. But he's not just labouring, he's also managing the whole project.
I like getting stuck in. I'm keen to learn, and hopefully I'm going to learn quite a lot from being here. And as long as I don't get in the way too much, then I'm more than happy to muck in and sort of learn whatever I can on the way. Yeah.
Matt's based near the barn, while Emma's still living in their bungalow in Surrey. Emma's looking forward to leaving her busy job managing a local cafe and moving up to Lincolnshire to become a full-time mum to 2-year-old Cassie and 4-year-old Archie.
I've reached a point in my life where I've had kids, and this is where you'd almost think, right, okay, what do I want to do with my life? I'm at the age, I'm sort of early 30s, and this seems like a really good thing to do because it's somewhere completely different. It'll be an adventure for both of us. As a family, it will be an adventure.
The key to financing that adventure is their bungalow. They've remortgaged it to raise £190,000 to buy the barn. With the £140,000 they're borrowing to do it up, this gives them a whopping debt. What I need to know, Matt, is how are you financing this project?
We borrowed against the bungalow to buy the place in the state that it's in now, and as we own it in its state, we've been able to borrow against it to actually do it up and build it.
You've borrowed £190,000 against the bungalow to buy the granary,
yeah,
and then you've borrowed £140,000 against the granary,
yeah,
to do it up.
Yeah.
That's £330,000 worth of borrowing.
And it is.
That's a massive amount of money.
Don't remind me, I'm trying to put that to the back of my mind. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a big risk, but we fell in love with the place, and it's a dream to actually do it, and once we're in here, hopefully we'll be in here for life.
And where does the bungalow fit into this equation now?
Well, I mean, that's where the main pressure is really, because the rent from the bungalow equates to half the mortgage, so we've got to rent it out, and quickly. Because if we don't, then we're really living on borrowed money to the max.
But that's quite amazing, that tiny little bungalow down in Dorking is paying for half of this bill.
Yeah.
Because of the rental income.
Yeah.
So that rental income is absolutely essential, isn't it?
Yeah, it's essential if we wanted to keep both the properties on, definitely.
But the bungalow's already been on the market for 2 months, and Matt and Emma still have no offers. With Matt's business on hold, there's no way they can afford for Emma to give up her job. Until they rent the bungalow, Emma's move to Lincolnshire is on hold, indefinitely. Matt has only built a small extension before. Project managing a build on this scale will be a very steep learning curve, with big risks financially and emotionally. On top of that, he's hoping to make the place habitable for his family in just 4 months. Matt's first new job is managing the build of a brand new roof, starting with the trusses.
You think just try and lift it with the straps on it?
Matt's shouldering the responsibility of operating the crane that will lift the trusses into position.
I don't like these things. They're a bit scary. Yeah?
With each truss weighing half a ton, it's a huge responsibility.
It's tense, isn't it? Can you feel the tension in the air? These big bits of wood wafting around, ready to knock the barn down.
As Matt lifts the first truss up into position, we get dramatic evidence of his inexperience. Matt's forgotten to put down the crane stabilisers and almost tipped it over. It's a very lucky escape for Matt and the barn. 2 hours later, with stabilisers down, Matt soldiers on and gets the first 2 roof trusses into position. The trusses sit on timber plates that run along the walls of the barn, but the plates aren't level.
It's not level between plates and it's not level along them, so when you sit your trusses in, the trusses are going to go like that, aren't they?
Matt's quick fix solution is to bang on another piece of timber to make the plates level. It does the job, but it's far from ideal. A week later, the roof trusses are on. Matt's plan is to get the roof finished and tiled, but a visit from the building inspector again brings home his inexperience. You've had an issue with building control, haven't you, about the stability of the building?
Yeah, they were just concerned that loading it up with heavy pan tiles in this state, without having the structure on the first floor, the beams in to hold it in at sort of centre,
right,
whether it had put too much outward force on it.
Just so I've got this right, because you've got the old walls, these 2 old walls, now that you've got the roof trusses on, if you put the tiles on, those walls would want to maybe buckle out and collapse even, or bowl.
Yeah.
So just how unstable was this building then?
It moved quite a lot.
Like how much?
Well, you could push it and it waved. It waved at you a little bit.
The building inspectors insisted that all work stops until Matt's installed the first floor beams that will tie the building together and make it structurally sound. But there's good news from Surrey. After 3 months on the market, at long last they've rented the bungalow. With the tenants arriving in 3 weeks, Emma's handed in her notice at the cafe and is packing for her move to Lincolnshire.
Yeah, I need to get involved. I'm so distant from the whole thing. I really don't feel part of it, and I need to. I think everyone has to be involved in something if it's going to be a dream. If it is a dream, you all have to have the same dream, and I've kind of lost sight of it a bit because I've just been down here waiting for it to happen, but I need to kind of be there.
Emma might want to be on site more, but right now, Matt probably wishes he wasn't. As he starts the mammoth task of tiling the roof, he discovers the battens he paid a mate to fix haven't been laid properly.
But the distance between these 2 bits of wood to hang the tiles on is too close together. When you hang the tiles, they don't lock together quite properly.
It's a big mistake. I'd replace the battens. However, Matt chooses the cheaper but far more time-consuming option of cutting the tiles to size by hand. All 2,540 of them.
Including breakages.
Tiling this roof takes Matt full weeks, working every hour God sends.
I can't afford to get sort of pissed off about it, but I'm not very happy about it. I would rather, obviously, it was right and we'd just lay in the tiles, but that ain't happening, so there's not a lot I can do about it.
But at least the family's reunited. After 3 months living apart, Emma and the kids are finally moving up to their new life in Lincolnshire. Their new home's a plastic log cabin.
It's cool, isn't it? Radiators, we've got a big kitchen. You and Archie, you've got a proper bed. What do you think, Cassie? That's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, you like?
The cabin's just a stone's throw from the barn. For the first time in a month, Emma's going to see the building site that Matt's hoping will be their home in only 5 weeks' time.
Can I have a look inside? At the decor?
Let's go room.
Last time I was here, they hadn't put the beams in. They were just bringing them in to put them into position, but they hadn't put them in. There's still so much to do. It's just hard to conceive actually being here.
I'm not surprised. It's barely more than a shell. Matt's still trying to get the building watertight before the winter weather closes in. He needs doors and windows.
There you go. Look at that. Hopefully within the next week. before the
To push
glass
things
goes,
on,
get this
Matt's paying a carpenter to install them.
Okay, can I just stop you there a second? Fellas, put it on in.
Ready?
The handmade hardwood frames fit perfectly and go in just a few hours. But there's been a mix-up. Matt's inexperience means he hasn't ordered the large panes of glass. Without them, this building can't be made watertight. So why aren't the windows finished? It's a bit ad hoc.
In fairness, the original schedule, it shouldn't have taken quite this long to get the glass.
But it all comes back to project management again, doesn't it? You're having to organise this build and all the logistics of having windows and materials turning up as and when they need it.
You saying it's my fault?
Yeah. No, I'm not. I just want to know how you're finding it.
Well-
Project management's difficult.
Yeah, it is difficult. It has been a bit of a logistical nightmare, and it's all part of the learning curve. So, I put my hands up and say, yeah, a percentage of that is my doing, because I didn't really know what I was doing. I still don't. It's all new now, because every day we move on a stage and it becomes new. Nice hinge action.
I really admire Matt's honesty, but I'm worried his lack of experience is beginning to jeopardise this build. But for the kids, their new life is just one big adventure. Emma's settled them in at the local nursery. It's a 5-minute drive from the barn and a world away from the hustle and bustle of the school run in Surrey.
It's great that the kids have actually to know that they're happy at nursery. Compared to the one back in Surrey that was kind of very modern and high tech. This is on a working farm, and it's great. They say that kids are the easiest way to get to know people and to kind of break the barrier. Because they're at school, it feels like we're part of the community.
While the kids are at school, Emma throws herself into the barn conversion. The barn will be heated by a ground source pump that draws the natural warmth out of the earth. This means laying an incredible 2.5 kilometres of coiled plastic pipe. Matt's confident they can master this hugely complicated task.
Keep on going, baby. Kids would love this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will work well. Ow!
Leave it alone. I was all right doing that, and now you've come and interfered with me, and my circle's getting big again.
But it soon becomes clear that this giant twisted hose pipe has a mind of its own. But Matt's fighting back.
Oh, go away! This pipe is a pain in the backside. Nightmare. I'm going to have nightmares about this for the rest of my life, and if it don't work, there will be murder. Oh, sorry.
Come on, bring that round. Grab
Round
bang
way.
that
You're
loop.
just going to make it tangled, look. If that splits, we're fucked, all right? I need to unkink it. It's untangle the fucking lot. I fucking hate this shit!
After several hours, even the laid-back Matts beginning to wish they'd never started. Matt and Emma eventually call it a day and call in the professionals. Once again, Matt's attempts to cut corners has cost him time and money. But a week later, there's a dramatic development, and it changes everything for this couple.
Yeah, we've got some news, haven't we?
Yep. Number 3 is on its way. We're having another baby.
Obviously, it wasn't quite planned to happen so soon, but stupidly, it always happens, doesn't it? Whenever we mention it,
Whenever we talk about it,
start practice. We don't need to practice anymore. It falls on my phone. We spoke about it about a week ago on Friday, and then Emma was pregnant on Saturday.
It's fabulous news, but there's no way a pregnant Emma can rough it in a half-finished barn, and it's forced Matt to rethink his plans. He's now given himself another 2 months to try and completely finish the barn. It's still an ambitious deadline, but with no income and a very tight budget, it's a deadline this couple can't afford to miss. It's the middle of February. Spring's here and Matt and Emma Cupper are still converting this huge barn to start a new life in the wilds of the Lincolnshire countryside. Matt's put his telecoms business on hold to project manage the build. 5.5 months on, he's installed a roof and first floor. But they've got no bathroom, no kitchen and no staircase. And with no glass in some of the windows, the barn still isn't watertight.
Basically, I think it's lack of experience that has probably put it behind, because Matt is a complete optimist in every single way, and I think he's just like, you know, he's a classic salesman. You know, yeah, we'll get it done, we'll do this, you know, bosh it in here, that'll take a day, a couple of hours for that job, but jobs have taken them longer to do. It's the fact that Matt is actually taking on, and he wants to do everything himself, really. Whereas me, I'd much rather just say, right, fuck it, let's get someone else to come and do it. You know, he's learning so much about everything.
Emma's 5 months pregnant, and Matt's eager to get the family out of the cramped caravan and into the barn in just 6 weeks. I think he's got a mountain to climb to meet his deadline, but Matt's nothing but optimistic.
The things are moving on, looks really good, but there's still a lot to do, isn't there? What's deceiving about this stage is that it does move quite quickly.
Yeah.
It's all the finishing off that takes a long time.
Exactly.
All the tiling, all the plastering, all the fittings. That takes a long, long time. There's a lot to do still.
You know, originally the schedule that I first put together was based on me not being here and chucking more money at it from working and earning a living.
Right.
And what's happened was, you know, it worked out a lot more cost effective for me to be here and kind of let the schedule go a bit, I suppose, let the timescales lapse and save money actually doing it and labouring and learning as well.
That's quite interesting though, because you're saying if you'd carried on working in your normal job, you'd earn more money to put into the build to make it go quicker. So the fact you're being hands-on is slowing down the build programme now.
It's slowing it down, but in terms of cost, it's not, you know, it's probably more effective.
So you're saving money, but it's taking longer.
Yeah.
But by the end, you're not just going to spend the same amount of money.
I don't know. It's like I said, George, I'm enjoying it. Let me enjoy it.
This is quite serious, isn't it? I mean, Emma's pregnant, another baby on the way.
Yeah.
You've got to get in here.
Yeah.
But you think because of your inexperience, you've been too optimistic with the schedule?
I'm a sucker for being optimistic always, because that's the way I do things, I suppose. At the end of the day, I don't like to be pessimistic about anything, and at the end of the day, you know, you beat me up as much as you like, but I'm still going to be optimistic until it's finished, because I've got to be, because if not, I'd end up taking a running jump out of that window and calling it a day now.
To push the project on, Matt's hired a couple of carpenters to fix the plasterboard walls. while a local plumbing firm are fitting the bathrooms. And the first fix electrics are also going in. The paid professionals are making good progress, but they're costing Matt £1,000 a day. With major structural work still to be tackled, it's going to be tight to bring this project in on budget. But Matt's so confident he'll get into the barn on schedule, he's agreed to leave the caravan in just 5 weeks' time. If the barn's not ready on time, the family could be homeless.
I need to get in here because, you know, every minute I'm not in here, it's costing me more money in rent and stuff like that I don't need to be paying. So I need to get in here, we need to get in here. You know, I think we'll have a bathroom or maybe two, some water, some heating, some electric, you know, all the essentials. It's not going to have a kitchen, not a finished kitchen anyway.
Matt's decision to plough all these extra resources into the build is paying dividends. The plasterboard's up, and at long last, you can see the rooms. But just as the build's progressing, there's bad news for Emma. She's aggravated an old injury in her back, and it's put her out of action. Within days, her back's so bad, she can't even drive. And Matt's now juggling the build and the childcare.
She's really pissed off that she can't help, and she was getting into doing stuff, and now it's the final push and she wants to be doing stuff. It's a bit upsetting for her. She can't sleep, you know, can't get up to sort out the kids in the night if they get up, so I'm getting up to do them. You know, I mean, it's like this morning, you know, I could have left her to go to nursery on her own and felt guilty about it, or I took the kids to nursery and then took her to the osteopath, but you know, we've got pressure on to get this place done and in and ready. And then the pressure of that as well, but it happens, doesn't it?
To add to their problems, the cost of hiring all the extra help means they're now down to the last £35,000 of their budget. But with just a month till they get kicked out of the caravan, they can't afford to slacken the pace. Matt's working every hour to get in, but Emma's back isn't healing, and she's now confined to the caravan.
Just how painful, I mean, is it keeping you up?
Yeah, I'm not sleeping. I've got painkillers, but they're only weak ones because being pregnant and everything.
Can you walk?
I can walk for about 30 seconds, but then I have to take to the floor.
That sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah, it's really very painful.
You had your nice little bungalow in Dorking, and you had a nice little life down there, and your friends were down there, and your family were there. And
I mean, this is the other thing that's getting me, is I really, really miss my friends. You know, I just, you know, I do not know anyone up here, and, you know, I'm finding that really hard. But it's kind of reached this point now where it has become so exhausting. Matt and I are just both exhausted by it. It's just, it sucks every ounce of energy we have doing this.
did you ever imagine it would be like this?
I never imagined it would be half as tough. But now one thing I do realise is that we took on something absolutely mammoth. I had no idea. I'm feeling more worried about everything now. I'm worried about money. I'm worried about what I've left behind. Reality is kind of hitting home.
Matt decides to throw money at the build to get Emma and the family into a comfortable new home on the date he's promised. So he goes to the bank and borrows another £50,000. But there's a phenomenal amount of work still to do. There are walls to be plastered, underfloor heating to be installed, and the second fix electrics and plumbing are only just going in. This looks good. This looks fab. The way that you've left the floor out there.
Yeah.
No, it does. It looks fantastic.
Yeah,
It looks
no,
really
it's
good.
a big effect, isn't it?
So what's going on through here? That's the kids' bedroom off to that side.
Kids' room, master bedroom.
Master bedroom.
It's good, I like this room. Yeah. And we've got a window that's blocked up there, which is like a balconette thing.
Ah.
So that's actually all open, but we're waiting for the window.
Yeah, oh, that's a beautiful view out of there as well.
Yeah.
Well, there's lots of progress, but you were supposed to be finished by the end of next week.
It's nearly 2 weeks.
8 days. That's 8 days until the end of the month, and you said, I will be finished by the end of March, whatever it takes. You've got to be out of the caravan in a week.
Yes.
In effect, in 1 week's time, you're homeless.
Scary, yeah. We've been evicted in a week, yeah. To much, yeah.
But what are you going to do? Because this place is not going to be finished in a week.
Oh man, we're just going to throw everyone at it and go crazy and see what happens. I don't think we're going to be a million miles off. I think we could end up with a habitable space.
But if you just had to summarise what's left to do, give me a little list.
Second fix electrical, second fix plumbing, kitchen.
It's a big responsibility, isn't it? Are you finding it quite tough?
To be absolutely honest, some days I do feel like crying. You know, I mean, you are under massive pressure. I've got a massive responsibility to my family, to my wife, and to the mortgage lender, to you know, to pay the bills and get this done. So yeah, we've got to crack on.
Matt's moving heaven and earth to make this barn habitable, but it's far from finished. There's no water, there's no heating, and the place is not even watertight. With only 1 week before his family are kicked out the caravan, he's got to somehow turn this building site into a family home. But a week later, there's some news that puts everything into perspective. Emma's been rushed to hospital. Matt's at her bedside, and Emma's parents have come up from Surrey to look after the kids and help pack up the caravan.
She went to see a physio, and he said, you've got a prolapse disc, don't do anything, go and lie down flat for 2 days until it goes down. But it's not got any better. It's got worse, and now she has no feeling in her leg or foot.
Yeah, very worried because of her, obviously, and for the kids and everything else. Who, they just the poor kids, the poor boys, just don't understand what's happening around them. I mean, Emma has been literally flat on her back for the last 3 days on the floor. On Saturday morning, I mean, literally 7 o'clock on Saturday morning, she rang us. Insisting almost that we came. So we did. We sort of dropped everything and came. So as it turns out, it's just as well. But, it's all a bit traumatic, and we don't quite know what's going to happen. That's the thing.
When Matt finally gets back from hospital, the news isn't good. Emma's back injury's so bad, the doctors have no option but to operate.
Life's been turned upside down and I don't really know what's going on. There's no real plan because it's all too early in the day to plan what's going to happen. So I'm just going to have to suck it and see what happens over the next couple of days, really, and make adjustments where necessary, I suppose. I feel torn now because I feel like I should be with her. I feel like I need to be over there, and it's just stressful. I think the barn's cursed. For all its beauty and its glory, it's given us a few trials and tribulations at the minute.
With the outcome of the operation uncertain, Emma's parents take the kids back to Surrey, leaving Matt alone with the barn once again. So just how tough have the last few weeks been for you?
For poor old Ems, it's been her worst nightmare ever. At the end of the day, I've never seen her in as much pain as what I've seen her in the past few weeks, and that's been the worst thing of it all, is I can't help her, And I've watched her give birth naturally, without any drugs, any medication or anything, twice, and the pain doesn't even compare. The main concern has been what's the effects on the baby. That's the main stress factor, I suppose, out of all of it, is everything going to be all right at the end of it?
The bill sort of
pales into insignificance,
Yeah,
really, doesn't it?
I mean, really, it has. I mean, at the end of the day, I've had to make sure the finances are there to pay the bills. I've had to make sure the materials are here and stuff like that. I've been flitting to and from the hospital and to and from the nursery and to and from home to make sure everything's going to plan. But at the end of the day, this place, you know, without Emma and the kids here, it doesn't mean anything, you know. It might as well, you know, be a one-bedroom flat somewhere where I sit and wallow in because, you know, without them it's nothing. So it has kind of brought everything into perspective, and we've just had to say, right, well, you know, leave the lads to it to a degree, we communicate, but at the end of the day, my main concern has been getting her back to some sort of fitness.
And because you haven't been on site, things have slowed down a little bit in here, haven't they?
Yeah.
What impact is it having on the finances?
Finances are pretty shot, to be honest with you. You know, we're getting to the end of the pot, and really there's not, you know, I mean, I've costed everything out as best I can, and there's a few things that I might have to make compromises with, as with everything else.
So taking into account all the stress that you've had over the last few weeks and the delays you've incurred, when do you think this house is eventually going to be finished?
I think we've realistically got to give ourselves a month. You know, if it means me being here till midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, painting, decorating, whatever it takes, I will be here for the next 4 weeks, slaving my backside into the ground to get it done.
After a delicate operation, Emma's doctors discharge her from hospital, and she returns to her parents in Surrey to convalesce. And Matt gears up for one last heroic push to get his family into their new home so they can start their new lives. But this couple are now deep in debt. Matt's left his business on hold for 2 months longer than planned. If he doesn't finish the build and get back to work soon, he won't be able to afford the repayments and could risk losing the barn. It's the middle of May in Lincolnshire. 9 months ago, Matt and Emma Cupper began transforming an 18th century granary into a dream home. They're deep in debt, and for the last 2 months, a pregnant Emma's been convalescing at her parents' house following a major operation on her back. Undeterred, Matt's pushed on, desperately trying to turn a building site into a family home. When Matt and Emma took on this project, I don't think they had any idea what they were letting themselves in for. The last 9 months have been tougher than they could have possibly imagined. But Matt has battled on, and through hard graft, he's kept the dream alive. And after everything they've been through, I've come to see if it was all worth it.
Hello.
Hey, hello. How are you? You well? Good to see you. How's it going?
All right, mate. Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
2 months ago, Matt and Emma's vision of a modern kitchen was a long way off. But the transformation's amazing.
This is stunning.
It's a great kitchen.
Absolutely stunning. And I love this worktop.
Yeah.
Yeah, the orange.
The orange. It's quite a brave move.
It's a bit bold, isn't it?
But you've gone for a very contemporary kitchen in an old building, haven't you?
Yeah.
But it works. It actually works because you've got the balance right. You know, you've kept the exposed timber beams up here at high level.
Yeah.
And you've got a beautiful, you know, slate floor, which has got a bit of texture and a little bit rugged. And Emma, how are you feeling now?
Touch wood. I couldn't find anything, it's all glass. Everything's fine, no, it's good.
And the staircase looks great, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice bit of wood, isn't it?
Solid ash.
Yeah, this is the best bit.
Look at the sky.
You like this?
It's so dramatic, isn't it? Your bedroom. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's nice.
It is beautiful.
Quite light and bright.
It's a relaxing area to lay and look out the window.
This is cool. Look at that.
It's a cool room, isn't it?
All this glazing is just stunning, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's worked really well.
This is just... it's just knockout.
Matt and Emma have built a stunning family home that incorporates the latest in modern design without destroying the character and feel of this lovely old building. The barn is now flooded with light, and with 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, there's plenty of space for the family to grow into. This is a wonderful house, but to build it, Matt and Emma have mortgaged their bungalow in Surrey to the hilt. To afford their dream life, they've now got to clear some of that debt.
So this is the most beautiful house, but how much did it cost you?
We've done 190,000.
So that's £50,000 of your original budget.
Yes.
That's a lot.
Yeah, maybe 25%. Yeah.
Scary, isn't it?
But you financed this build through borrowing against the bungalow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you afford to keep those 2 properties now, this one and the bungalow?
No. No, we're selling the bungalow.
You're going to sell it?
Yeah, basically it'll allow us to live here and not have heart attacks every time we get a monthly statement.
Well, it's worth sacrificing, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Get rid of it.
Yeah.
It's in the past, gone.
Yeah, move on.
And this is your future.
Yeah, hooray for the bungalow.
Matt and Emma have built themselves a special home. And once the sale of the bungalow goes through, the equity will allow them to halve their mortgage. Matt's income's now more than enough to live on, and it looks like this couple can afford to live the quiet, simple life they came to Lincolnshire to enjoy.
So, Emma, how do you see your future here with the family?
I think I'm probably just going to try and keep the base going, build up the family home, what with another baby on the way. I want to get vegetable patch going and just kind of create a bit of a good life, I suppose. I'd love to get some chickens. Would you let me get some chickens?
Yeah, you could have chickens.
So, Matt, what does the house mean to you now?
It's part of my heart and soul, really. I mean, at the end of the day, I've given a lot of energy to this place for Emma and the children and myself as a family. But, we want to live in it and enjoy it and spend time together and appreciate it and grow into it.
Yeah.
So you're just looking for the simple life, to be with your family again?
This is what the whole thing has been about.
But what an exciting start to your life now.
Yeah.
The reality of taking on a project like this is always going to be harder than expected, but the rewards can be far greater. Matt and Emma have built themselves a magnificent home, but more importantly, they're well on the way to getting the lifestyle they've always yearned for. Terry Flynn and Marilyn Fleming have moved to a stunning location for an amazing new life, totally isolated in the heart of Northumberland. They're taking on the huge task of turning these derelict old buildings into their perfect family home. They both have busy and stressful office jobs in the centre of Newcastle, but at the end of every day, they can now leave city life behind them.
I drive up that road and it's all gone. You see the sheep and there's nothing else here, you see. Great. And it's a hell of a feeling.
On top of their full-time jobs, they're taking on the biggest DIY project ever. And they're doing it in the evenings and at weekends.
It'll be heavy. Oh, you bugger. It is. Hang fire. Get it up. You got it?
I think so.
It's the first weekend in August, and work on the farmhouse is starting today. The most urgent job is to tackle rebuilding the derelict roof. Terry and Marilyn are carefully taking all the stone tiles off the old structure so they can reuse them on the new one. It's a daunting job, and Marilyn has been thrown in at the deep end in her new role as builder's labourer.
It absolutely terrified me because part of the roof was derelict and it was all caved in and you couldn't really see any way of getting up there to get them down. It frightened me. I used to wake up in the night, I had nightmares. I used to wake him up and say, how will we get the roof? And he's saying, it's a doddle, man. Oh, that's a big one. Oh, it's heavy, this one. Mind out the way. We're going.
We're going. We're going.
Oh,
we're gone.
The oldest farm building on Terry and Marilyn's new property, and unique to the Scottish borders, is the 16th century Basel. This is a fortified house that once served to house and protect people and animals from Scottish cattle rustlers. It's literally a farmer's fortress.
Basels are very simple, fortified farmhouses, and on the ground floor here is where all the cattle would have been kept. And when you look at this opening, which is absolutely tiny, it's just enough to get cattle pushed through onto the ground floor level. But this is a very crude, very simple building. Rectangular floor plan, built out of huge chunks of stone and fairly crude mortar joints. I mean, these are sort of 4 or 5 inches wide. As you make your way round the building, cattle being at that level, the farmer would have lived on the first floor with all of his family. And you can see here, up at high level, that's his front door. And here would have been a very simple staircase or ladder, and sometimes he would have actually pulled that in to protect himself in his own home. And here at the lower level, these openings here aren't for light, they're purely for ventilation. You think about it, you've got half of your cattle from the next door field tucked in there. The smells would have been awful. So this provides cross ventilation from one side of the building to the next. But what you do get a sense of is these huge fortified walls. These walls are about 2.5 foot thick. This is a very strong, very well protected building. God, what a ruin.
Actually, with the floor, it's quite interesting because there's years and years and years of animals living in here.
Have you stand on a few hundred years of muck here?
Yeah.
And who's going to dig that out?
Well, I'm afraid it's going to be me.
No.
I've got that job, yeah.
A big pick.
Yeah. It's got to be dug out properly because the archaeologists want to come and have a look at it.
And that's one fantastic thing about an old building like this, isn't it?
It is.
That you're just going to be, peeling back the layers and exploring and discovering things as you go.
The Basel's function is not just to guard against thieves. It also provides vital protection against the forces of nature. The North Pennines are a designated area of natural beauty. But the weather in this valley can be extreme. The blue skies and sunshine of summer are short-lived, and the winters are long and severe, as Marilyn and Terry's new neighbours will tell you.
We have 10 months of winter followed by 2 months of bad weather, and our bad weather was July and August, so next month we'll be back to the beginning of winter.
For years, this house has been open to the harsh elements in its neglected state, which has destroyed the roof and rotted the interior.
It's in pretty bad state. A lot of woodworm, a lot of dry rot and wet rot. There was a big hole in the roof where the water had gone through, which had damaged a lot of the timbers in the roof.
Built onto the Basel is a small stone extension. Because this is a listed building, the Conservation Officer has insisted that it be demolished to return the Basel to its original state. With pneumatic drill in hand, Marilyn gets stuck in.
Don't hurry.
What's incredible about this couple is that while most of us spend our working week looking forward to a weekend of relaxation, Terry and Marilyn have 2 days of hard labour ahead. And they're doing it week after week after week. It's early September and the timbers arrived for their new
I
roof.
wasn't here. Eh?
Look at that. There's a woodworm beetle, look.
Oh, where?
So it's Marilyn's job to paint the 17-foot beams to protect them from woodworm beetle.
I'm off hard labour today. I'm on soft labour, I'm on painting. These need to be treated and dried as quickly as possible. And I've got 26 of these to do, which make up the joists that we need for the 2 floors. And then there's the roof trusses to do, which there's quite a number of. Terry?
Yeah. I guess you want me body here? Oh.
No, just your brawn. Your body can wait. Thank you.
No problem.
Before moving out here, Marilyn saw her grandchildren nearly every day. But for the past 2 months, she hasn't seen them at all.
It is a great wrench. I mean, you know, I really, really miss them.
No.
I try not to show it. I try to hide it, to be honest. And like sort of, you know, but I do. I miss the Bens a lot.
At the end of September, she finally gets to see the family when they come up for the weekend. This is their first visit to Grandma's new house. A whole new experience for the city kids.
I'd rather live out here because it's like peaceful and quiet. No, it's not with the sheep.
Like you'll be trying to get to sleep at night and all you hear bah. Really annoying.
For Terry and Marilyn, this is all part of the new life plan. A big house in the country, large enough for everybody to come and stay.
The kids can come around, they can be here more, they can stay over, there's plenty of room for them.
And you've got no fear of them getting knocked over by traffic. You got your freedom here as well, like, you know, you've only got the sheep.
But for Terry and Marilyn, there is no respite. They've got to get the roof on before the weather breaks. Sean and Carol Baker have bought this beautiful old farmhouse in Scotland. They're planning to completely change the house and their lifestyles. They want to spend more time together as a family, and they can't wait to get away from the pressures and demands of their lives as busy executives.
Phone again, always.
Hello.
That's what we're looking forward to losing.
Yeah, no.
It does get you down.
Well, they go through the letterbox.
It's August. Sean's a commercial designer, and he's busy planning every detail on this project.
It feels really nice in your hand. We don't really do timber, and this is plastic, which is just a mat.
From samples of floor tiles and handles, to the lighting plan and room layout.
It's better to have recessed lights than pendants anyway. In the shower, you sit back there. That door moves over there.
This and it's all quite...
Sean's also planning a new business, a plant nursery on his 6 acres of land. He's going to resign his job when the build starts. Carol will be staying in her job in Buckinghamshire to keep the money coming in. Then at the end of the build, she'll leave her job and move up too.
So come on, you guys, you're basically selling your house, buying a complete new one in a different country, starting off new businesses, and you're just changing your life completely. I mean, there must be some risk involved.
Oh, absolutely.
Financial security is the biggest one. I mean, we obviously have fairly good incomes at the moment, and we're giving those up, albeit me in the slightly longer term, but that's going to be a hefty amount of money to replace, and we're going to have to work hard to get our own ventures up and running to replace that income.
Don't you think there's a danger that with everything that you're taking on, you could literally be picking up the same lifestyle and dropping it in Dumfries?
Well, the difference is that we are currently working for other people or other organisations, so we're beholden to them. Whereas if we've got these ventures, they're our ventures. We put in as much effort and work as we want to.
It's September, and 2 months after they had hoped to start work, they're still waiting for their Scottish building permit. But the couple's plans have just changed completely. Instead of Sean starting the new life first, it's going to be Carol. She's accepted a surprise redundancy offer. After a lifetime of putting work before family, she's ready for a change.
I guess I've applied for a new life. So that's a bit different. But I think the butterflies really are butterflies of excitement. I really want to kind of shake off the trappings and make that a clean break and give the new ventures 100%. Go girl! Bye!
Carol feels the difference straight away.
She said this morning, actually, before she went to school, she said, "It's so nice, Mummy, that you're not rush, 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 busy, busy, hurry up, do this, do that, phone's going, blah, blah." And the way she did it was hysterical, but gosh, it's so true.
And a month later, the building permit comes through, and work finally starts on the house in October. From now on, Carol will make regular 700-mile round trips from Buckinghamshire to watch the farmhouse being transformed. The builders get stuck in, knocking through solid stone walls and ripping out partitions. The ground floor of the farmhouse is gutted in a matter of hours.
Yeah, it's not a delicate house. Strong building. It can take it. Don't worry, it can take it. And this room is not a bad size, but when that wall comes down, it's going to be huge, isn't it?
On the day the work gets off to a flying start, the designer of the whole thing is not here.
Now, where's Sean today? Where's he gone? You know, this exciting day, and he's not here.
Sean's on another building site, you know. Sean's in Birmingham and in somebody else's interior and probably worrying all the while about what's happening here. He'll be sick as a pig that he hasn't seen the site actually starting.
Carol's original deadline was Christmas. Delay with the Scottish building permit means that's out the window.
I've now got a new milestone date. It's Valentine's Day. I'm going to be in the kitchen cooking my husband a meal on Valentine's Day.
How romantic.
I hope so.
And do you think that's a realistic deadline now, taking on board all the delays that you've had so far?
Well, looking at the way the guys have started today, if they keep up this pace, then I think we could be there no problem. But, I mean, the builders, this is an experienced main contractor. This is a small job to them. And they're used to doing this kind of house. So, yeah, we're really confident that it's going to happen, and they're really confident that they can meet those deadlines.
I think it's a big job to get finished in just 4 months. The house needs new plumbing and wiring, new partition walls to be built, 3 new bathrooms to install, and a kitchen to fit. Plus, at the back of the house, above the kitchen, they're building an entirely new floor to make a luxury bedroom for young Beth. Project manager Andy Hutchinson is the man in charge of the ultra-tight schedule.
How realistic do you think that is?
It's very, very tight, but we're going to man it accordingly and shoot for it, you know. But I think we'll achieve it if there's no untoward circumstances come out the woodwork at us.
I mean, we're on such an exposed site here. It's freezing today.
It's relatively cold, yes. Aye.
I mean, that's like the worst time to be doing a building project, isn't it?
It's a wrong time of year, but what's the right time of year now? The weather's such bad, it's bad during the summer, so you just don't know. I mean, people ask us when's the best time to do it, but you just have to go in it. It's relative to the people themselves.
But does the schedule account for any bad weather turning up or not?
None at all, no. It's just tight. 15 weeks is tight to do something this size.
They may get off to a flying start, but building a new floor at the back of the house in the Scottish winter will be a challenge, as they plan to use the original stone on the outside, which looks good, but is a lot trickier than using modern materials. And still, with all this happening, Sean's not there.
It has, darling. It's completely different today than it was yesterday. Oh, he's missing it.
Sean finally manages to get up to Scotland with his family, now that the build has started. He's desperate to see if his ideas are coming together.
5 o'clock start this morning was something I could have done without, really, after a full week of early starts and late finishes, but desperate for sleep. But more than that, I'm desperate to see how the project's going, because there are opportunities when they're opening up walls and some of these other spaces to maybe create some features. So I want to get in there early and not miss that opportunity.
He knows how it should be, and he knows how he wants the spaces to be, and he can translate that from paper into reality, whereas I'm not necessarily going to notice something because it's not what I do. So there's something else under that ivy, Sean.
There's no wall to the bathroom.
Very quickly, Sean's modern spaces are beginning to take shape.
Open plan living.
The pokey rooms upstairs are now one giant room.
The pink bathroom suite is gone. I'm distraught.
I didn't know that they'd done that. I mean, that's great that they have, but that's amazing. It's exactly what I expected. It's great, much better space.
With the designer happy, in November the builders can now move on to the next phase, removing the roof at the back of the farm, before building a new floor for Beth's room. But as Sean's design takes shape up in Scotland, over the following weeks, his work commitments down south become heavier and heavier. He can't get away to visit the site during its crucial structural phase. So I've come to Birmingham to find out how he feels about it.
Good to see you. Do you feel like you're missing out, though, on the excitement of building your own home?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it seems really odd not to be there. And Carol comes back with photographs, and she sort of texts me when she's on site to say this is what's going on and this is what they discovered, or this is what we need to do. But it's not the same as being on site, that's for sure. I'm seeing Carol probably even less than I did, but we've got an end goal and we can see where we're headed, so it's a short-term pain, we hope.
Major work is happening in Scotland. The new bedroom for Beth above the kitchen is being built. But with just 3 weeks to go before the build shuts down for Christmas, there's a lot to do to get it watertight. The exterior stone walls must be built up to the new roof, and the roof needs to be insulated and tiled, and neither job has even been started yet. As ever, it's Carol who's up on site to inspect work, and she's missing Sean's input. He hasn't made a visit in almost 2 months.
I find it quite ironic that this is bread and butter to him. This is exactly what he's used to. In fact, this is just such small scale to his usual projects that he would eat it up, and yet who's actually here trying to fumble our way round it? It's me that's never been on a building site in my life. All I've ever done in terms of buying a house was walk into a new build and say, yeah, I really like the design of that one, now let's negotiate a price. That's my end of the deal.
Carol was originally hoping to be into their new home for Christmas, but when the builders shut down until the new year, the house is still far from finished, and I think it'll be a push to get it done by Valentine's Day. This Christmas, far from starting their new life together, the family prepared to be further apart than ever. Carol's decided that Beth should start the January school term in Scotland, so mother and daughter are moving up to temporary accommodation. The house in Buckinghamshire's been sold, and everything's gone into storage. In January, Sean will be living with his parents.
There's probably going to be a few months I'm going to be continuing to work, so Carol will be up there with Beth, but I'll be down here.
This Christmas is a major upheaval for this family, as Sean moves Carol and Beth up to a rental cottage. Once there, the reality of what they're now facing starts to sink in.
Taking it day by day, well, I am, and I really have lost track of where I am and what day it is and where we're supposed to be, and it's just been so manic that I'm even right up to the point when I actually arrived here, I had no idea where we were going, because Carol sorted all that out, and I've just literally been told you need to be here at that time. That's just how busy it's been. So,
It's a worry though, because we're so tired and we're just doing that kind of day-to-day thing. There's always this worry in the back of your mind that you've dropped the ball and forgotten to order something that's needed on site in 4 weeks' time. Or
the month of January will be Carol and Beth in Dumfriesshire, and myself down in the Midlands somewhere.
I think it's maybe something, actually, when I'm saying we've not planned through it logistically, I think it's actually maybe something that I'm ignoring, because I'm thinking, OK, I don't really want to think about that prospect of that time apart. Doodle-doo-doo-doo.
Yay!
Yay.
It's January. For the first time in their marriage, Carol and Sean are separated, living hundreds of miles apart. Carol's up in Scotland with Beth, while down south, Sean's busy at work. After the seasonal holidays, the builders are back on the farm, and true to form, the Scottish weather kicks in, and progress is very slow. The roof's not finished, the new walls are half built, and there are gaps where the windows should be. The builders have promised that the family can move in by Valentine's Day, but Carol has her doubts, and I don't blame her.
So, as far as you're concerned, we're still on track?
Passing that, I keep saying, yes, we're
I'm homeless, you're all right. Going back to your nice cosy house at night.
We're going for it, aye.
I would just rather, if there's any doubt about it at all, that we know now and we throw more people at it now and we sort it.
Down in England, Sean's living at his parents' house in the spare room.
I never expected to be sort of living with my parents again. It's very good of them to put me up for a while, so this is my space. It's a little bit of short-term pain, but it's worth it in the long run. It does seem a bit odd, but I do have Carol for comfort in the corner there by the light, so it's not so bad.
In Scotland, the builders are making every effort to make the family separation as short-lived as possible. With improved weather, they're close to getting the building wind and watertight. Carol's deadline is looming, but this build is badly behind schedule.
One of the main reasons this project is so far behind schedule is because the stonemasons couldn't build the external walls. Now, the temperatures up here go well below freezing point, which means it's hard for the guys to work. But worst of all, the actual mortar they use to lay the stonework doesn't set. The mortar becomes brittle and the wall becomes weak.
In an effort to catch up, the stonemasons are working overtime. But for Carol, it's not just the new house she's waiting for, it's getting the family back together.
We desperately want to be in and to be living here. You know? The spaces are fabulous now. Get on, get it done and get the hell out of here, because we want to be here, we want to reclaim our home.
Sean and Carol Baker want to spend more time together as a family. They've bought a rundown farm in Scotland and dream of setting up a nursery on the land. But to help finance the build, Sean's had to stay in England working, while Carol's moved up to Scotland so her daughter Beth can start school. It's the first time the family has been apart, And with the house far from finished, and the man of the house permanently away, Carol and Beth buy themselves some more company.
Fancy seeing you again. Hello. He's just such a sweet little puppet.
The move to Scotland and working on the house has taken Carol on a very emotional journey.
You were quite a tough, hard-working businesswoman. How have you changed? Very tough. Very tough. Hard. Tough. Well, you were. Yeah, really tough, very hard-working, really ambitious, incredibly driven. But you just seem to have completely changed already.
I don't know that my drive's gone. I think I've just been able to open my eyes to, well, there's a whole other side that I've been blanking out. You know, I've not had time for Beth. And that's not right. I mean, now that you realise you were like that, it doesn't make you very happy. And I've got some making up to do.
What's life like without Sean?
I miss him dreadfully. I really do. And this whole thing's about being together, and I need to remember that that's the end game, and that hopefully that's going to come soon. Because we don't do apart. I'm just so used to having Sean around, and it's horrible to say night-night to him on the telephone. Just don't want to do it anymore.
The worst thing is just being away from Carol. That's the main thing. It just bothers me being away from home and from Carol, Beth and everything else.
It's late January. New windows are finally going in, but the old timber Victorian windows are being replaced with new UPVC. And inside, Beth's room on the new floor is taking shape. But what about the deadline?
So your original deadline was Christmas, and then you put it back to February the 14th, Valentine's Day, didn't you? What's happened with that deadline now?
I think Valentine's Day's cancelled. I reckon that we are a week behind anyway. I've thought that for quite some time. The builders admitted that defeat on hitting that deadline.
So when is it going to be finished?
Well, I need to be out of that holiday let by 26th of Feb, come hell or high water. So, and I can't even bear the thought of moving into another holiday let or anything. I must be in the house at that time.
There's quite a lot of work to do. I mean, do you think that's still a realistic deadline?
Am I getting a little impractical again?
Maybe, yeah.
Valentine's Day finally arrives. Carol had hoped to have her family back together today. But instead of cooking Sean a romantic meal, she's alone with the pieces of the kitchen he's lovingly designed.
Do 1 metre drawers and a standard 1 metre base.
Right.
And the 600 drawers.
It's not Carol's day.
What's that?
It's a part for your gas lifters.
All right.
This one is working. This one's solid.
I'm so bloody angry with them. I'm a bit cross with everybody today. But I'll have a romantic Valentine's evening moving kitchen units round instead of having a nice meal. So I was supposed to move in today, wasn't I, boss? I don't even think I've got any drink. I need drink.
But later that night, Sean makes a surprise visit.
Hiya.
The first thing he wants to do is inspect the house.
Yeah.
With his keen professional eye, he spots lots of things that need finishing, like plastering, plumbing and carpentry, not to mention the kitchen.
That unit there is not going to be good enough. Let's think about this. What's here?
Carol's still hoping to move in on the 26th of February, But when they finally sit down for their romantic meal, Sean breaks the bad news that it's not going to happen.
It looks very finished, but it's going to be another couple of weeks, I'm sure it is.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Because the plaster's got to come in, the plaster's got to dry, the kitchen's got to be put together.
I just can't bear to move in anywhere else.
The tiling's got to be done. The speed that they're going at now, I just can't see them getting it done.
This means the farm won't be ready until at least the first week of March. The very next day, Sean has to go back down south to work, leaving Carol alone and waiting for another deadline to be missed.
I'm bitterly disappointed. I was prepared to accept the 14th would come and go and that we would move in a week later. But I just feel that now we shouldn't be having another delay. I shouldn't be having this conversation.
The new schedule means Carol will have to move out of the holiday let before the farm is ready.
It's just such a bummer, you know. I need to be in the house now. I need to get out of this limbo stage. It's not a comfortable place to be. You really feel as if you've no home. I mean, this place is actually rented out next week, so I've got to go to another cottage.
No.
Yeah, you know, I'm living out of a suitcase and I'm fed up with it. I've got about 3 pairs of jeans with me and enough knickers for the week, just about. Just like, well, I don't belong anywhere. There's nowhere to call home.
That's a nightmare, isn't it? I mean, that must be so unsettling for you.
Well, it's not something to think about when you undertake a project like this. You know, it's the rose-tinted glasses. I think I had rose-tinted goggles on top of mine and then a helmet with a great big rose-tinted visor.
It's early March and an army of trades are still on site. Carpenters are fitting doors, skirtings and worktops. The plumbers still have their second fix to do.
Have you put this down on a bit of paper then, Sean?
I put it down on 8 bits of paper.
Sean is forced to start braving the 700-mile round trip more often. He wants the project finished and he wants it done right.
That needs sorting out and doing properly, you know.
He doesn't like the finish, and he's got a huge list of jobs that he wants sorted.
So there's plenty of these little bits that need skimming in. I mean, you still see all the fixings on the bit at the top there. Your plasterer's got the most walking around to do, because when you've got stuff that needs re-looking at, you've got stuff that's been missed. You know, you've got there's a hole appeared up there, which is when that leak occurred. Like that radiator at the end there, it's on the piss, you know, and that's going to drive me around the fucking bend. I tell you, if I'm in this room, in that bloody thing, every time I walk in now, all I see is that radiator sloping down to the left. That needs setting up again. Sockets, I mean, there's loads of sockets around the house where you've got a great sort of chunk that's hanging like that or underneath it.
There seems to be a lot of work still to do, and it's Andy, the project manager's job, to see it gets done.
So what stage is the project at now, Andy?
It's just about there, very, very close. Just small items just to finish and get out of the way, really. That's it.
Now, the big question is, when are you going to be finished?
Well, we'll be 99% finished internally by tomorrow night.
So when do you think it's going to be 100% finished?
100% finished as in the work that we've to do?
Yeah.
I would say, I mean, next week we will not be here.
Next week, you can't?
At some stage of next week we'll be away. We feel we're probably where we should be, but as I say, you just got to take it on. It's a building trade, man. It's not banking or anything like that.
I think if I'd have been here throughout the build, then things would have been resolved by now, and I'm sure that we would have been moved in a month ago.
Really? You think that's how much of a difference you would have made if you were involved?
I think we're on our 5th deadline now. But they come and go, and it's got to the point now where nobody takes any notice of them because it's just absolute fiction. We have no absolute date, and we're told internally it will be completely finished today.
But and it's miles off. It's miles off.
I know. You know that. I know that. The guys in there working know that. The project manager obviously comes from a different planet.
In fact, work carries on for another month, with everyone putting in the hours. And it's April before the builders leave, and the family finally move in. It's 7 weeks since I last saw them, and I'm wondering if Sean's got the finish he's after, and if his grand plan to convert an old farmhouse into a modern family home has been successful.
Good morning.
Hi,
how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Hello.
Come in.
Look at the size of the dog now. It's huge. You welcome.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. Sean, you've had a haircut.
Yes.
You've chopped it all off.
All change.
How's it going?
It's going very well.
Looks good, doesn't it?
Look at it.
Nice, fresh, new smell in a new house.
And it's light.
This is fab. What a transformation.
Just 6 months ago, this place was dark and dingy.
Oh, what a difference. This is fab, isn't it?
It's a nice space. It's a cracking space.
This is really good. When you think that you had... Actually, you had this huge wall through here before, didn't you, where the beam is?
Yeah, but this was 2 rooms.
And the fact now that as soon as you walk into this room, it feels a lot bigger, it feels a lot lighter.
Oh, yeah.
All the natural light from these windows is just bouncing around everywhere.
It's such a contrast.
And you can see all the way through to the kitchen at the back.
Uh-huh.
I want to see this kitchen. I'm sorry, I want to talk about this room a bit more, but I can't now.
Go on.
You tend to forget just what this was like before. This is brilliant. It is really good. And the fact that you've put the top light in, that clear story glazing, which is at high level, which is it's quite a beautiful break, isn't it, between the old stone walls on the outside and the roof coming down on the outside. So you get those glimpses out to the trees.
But it was
You can
so dark
see,
in here. They just worked so well.
Sean's clever use of light has transformed the building.
And these lights work well, don't they, on the stairs?
Yeah, I really like lights on the stairs because they can be quite dark stairways.
Yeah.
And that lifts them.
I'm amazed at how light there is in here.
Yeah.
Oh, and the bathroom looks good.
It's a cracking bathroom. That's the family bathroom, and that bath, which is a double-ended bath, is so deep when you lay in it, you can't see over the side.
And this is your bedroom?
It is.
It's fab. I think it's absolutely fantastic. What a lovely, fresh, clean, light space.
Sean and Carol have gone for the modern look in a big way. There's a large bathroom for the guests, plus an ensuite for Carol and Sean, and one for Beth too. The new extension upstairs was built from scratch and is now Beth's bedroom. By knocking out the walls downstairs, Sean has created a massive amount of light and space. Every element is high spec. Even the fire is remote control. Sean and Carol's house may be finished, but that's still only half the story.
We just need to make sure that we get Sean here now and that we can both enjoy this.
Actually, it's quite difficult to picture myself being here for any length of time other than for a long weekend. It just hasn't happened yet, but it will.
How tough is that for you?
Being away from here. It's harder. The more finished it gets, the harder it becomes. And you sort of open another box and put more of your possessions out, and you put some of those little bits that you bought months and months ago for the house up on the wall or into a room, and then it does get harder and harder the more you go on.
You still living with your mum and dad?
I am, but don't shout about it too loud. 42 years old and I'm living with my mother, yeah.
I am getting a bit worried about that.
So are they.
Despite their struggles, the house has turned out incredibly well. But Sean and Carol's ambitions aren't finishing there. Their plans have changed again, and this time on a massive scale. The outbuildings that surround the farm are up for sale. Sean and Carol want to buy and develop them. It's a big change from Sean's original plant business idea, and it's a huge financial gamble. If they go for it, it will have major consequences for this family. Sean and Carol Baker wanted more time together with their daughter Beth, so they set about transforming a crumbling farmhouse in Scotland into a light and spacious family home. But to keep the build on track, Sean had to stay at work in England. Now, even though the house is finished, he's still only commuting for the weekend. Amazingly, after everything they've been through, Sean and Carol have decided to take on more property. They've negotiated a deal to buy the 8 abandoned agricultural buildings right on their doorstep. It's a great opportunity and incredibly ambitious.
What have you got?
You've got a whole series of old farm buildings and a dairy and an awful lot of hard work ahead of us, I suspect.
This bit
Fantastic.
is really lovely.
This is fantastic, yeah. And this currently shown on the plans as being a sitting room with a central fireplace. And then this quarter section gets removed and is fully glazed with views right across the land back towards the town.
I think you should move out of your place and move in here when it's finished.
Don't even go there.
Sean and Carol have big plans for these buildings. They're knocking down the most derelict parts, but they're going to renovate the rest. The plan is to transform the first barn into a house in order to sell. This will fund the rest of the project. The other 4 barns will be turned into luxury holiday lets. But the jewel of the project will be turning this round barn into a fabulous living dining room with stunning views of the countryside. And that's not all.
We've got some extra land. We've actually got enough for, we reckon, 3 new build plots.
3 new
up
build
there as
plots?
well.
Yeah.
So that's 3 new builds and 5 renovation projects?
Yeah.
8 properties? Yeah. Are you mad?
Welcome.
Well, because you've taken the steadings on, which is incredible news, it really is, but because you've taken that on, you're tied into work for a lot longer now, Sean.
I am, yeah.
Which compromises the dream.
Is that like
Well, it does. It compromises the dream.
Yeah. No,
Doesn't it?
Well, the very fact that we've now secured these units means that I am locked into work for a longer period than I have been previously, thinking I was going to be there. But the very fact that we can see where we're going, what we want to achieve with these, makes it bearable.
This could take a long time for you to finish these properties off here. And for that length of time, you're not going to be together.
No. Not for that length of time. No way. No, we'll sort it a lot sooner than that.
The buildings are a developer's dream. And if Carol and Sean can pull this one off, they'll be set up for life. But who would have thought that after everything this couple have been through, they'd be contemplating more time apart? For the foreseeable future, Carol will be living in Scotland with Beth. Sean will be visiting on weekends. During the week, he'll be at work to keep the cash coming in.
Sean, it seems to me that Carol's got everything, really.
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself. No, we know that the way that the situation is will continue for a short period or maybe a medium time period, but we have goals and aims and other projects that we want to do, so I'll just continue to do what I do for as long as I need to.
But you're still not together, are you? You're
No.
apart.
We are.
That wasn't part of the dream.
No. But it's a necessary evil. I don't really consider it that I've put a dream on hold. There still is the dream, and this is the process to get to the end goal.
And the steading's a golden ticket.
Mm-hmm. How many times do you get an opportunity like that in life?
Not on the doorstep, no.
No. That's one and only.
Sean and Carol's journey has not turned out as either of them expected. They have created an incredible new home, but at the price of being apart. What I admire about them most is their ability to adapt and focus in search of the ultimate goal, a better quality of life. And I've no doubt that when Sean does eventually move up here, they'll have the most wonderful life together. Upping stakes and going for that dream life in a dream location is always a bold and risky thing to do. But Simon and Carol are going further than most people would dream of. Their move has taken them 400 miles to the Cornish coast. They're starting a new business from scratch, and if that wasn't enough, they're leaving their comfortable family house and making their new home in this rusty 80-foot barge.
By the lanes of Cornwall.
Simon and Carol both took redundancy from their jobs in IT, and 2 months ago used part of this cash to buy the barge for £90,000. It's moored in the sleepy Cornish village of Gweek. Simon and Carol's plan is to transform it into a dream home and use the rest of the redundancy cash to launch a dive charter business.
But that's a big change, isn't it, from where you were before?
Massive.
Yeah, huge.
If you're going to make a change, why not make a big one?
You've certainly done that. So tell me what your lives were like back in Cambridge.
Well, we both worked in IT. We were both in quite pressurised, high-tech jobs, you know, the usual air-conditioned office, fluorescent lights, daily grind, half an hour into work, half an hour out, not seeing much of the children.
It was a very stressful environment. You know, the day I opted for redundancy, it was the first time I turned my mobile phone off in 8.5 years.
So you've left these high-powered IT jobs. What's your business going to be down here?
The intention is to set up a dive charter. The whole coastline is scattered with wrecks and reefs, and will basically be the taxi service to get divers to and from the wrecks.
But first there's a small matter of a hulking rusty barge to transform into a family home.
Ooh, Buddy's in the room.
Mind your step.
God, this is a bit of a mess in here, isn't it?
Well, wait till you see downstairs.
It's cluttered. So this is it, home sweet home.
Not yet.
It needs a bit of work, doesn't it?
Well, it's not our taste, it has to be said.
I've never seen so much timber effect in my life.
It's very sort of country pub done bad, isn't it, really?
So you've been in here a few weeks now. I mean, how are you finding it?
We haven't got a bed.
We sleep on an airbed on the floor.
We're eating off plastic plates and plastic cups and...
So no bed, no bath. I mean, all the comforts that you would want in life, you guys haven't got.
Well, we always thought it was going to be a bit of an adventure.
The barge was converted into a rudimentary flat by the previous owner, but to transform it into a family home, it needs a complete overhaul. The 2 bedrooms are being used by the kids and are barely habitable. But it's in the front of the barge where the real challenge begins. Simon and Carol hope to transform this dark, derelict former workshop into a luxurious, open-plan kitchen living room.
And you really get a feel for being in the underside of a barge, don't you? I mean, you see all the structure and the portholes and everything. So give me a feel of what the space is going to feel like. What's it going to be?
I just want it to feel light and bright and open, a comfortable living space for us with the children.
To achieve their dream of space and light, Carol and Simon plan to rip out everything in this floating rust bucket and start again. The wheelhouse will become an office with 360-degree views of the deck. Down below, in the rear of the barge, there'll be a utility room, a family bathroom, and the master bedroom. The kids' bedrooms will be totally transformed. But it's in the open-plan kitchen living room where they'll blow most of their budget. Its centrepiece will be a hand-built, curved old kitchen.
Fantastic.
It's an ambitious plan. After buying the barge, Simon and Carol were left with £70,000. They've earmarked 40 grand to set up the business, leaving just £30,000 to convert the barge and live on until the money from the business starts rolling in.
As far as budget for the project and living costs and that kind of stuff, it's pretty much split down the middle, so we're looking to invest 15 in doing this up. It should be more than doable, it should be to a really nice standard. And the other 15 we're using as a buffer just to live on whilst we get all the work done. We've given ourselves basically 4 months to get the barge up and sorted, totally restored. That's the ideal, and that's going to give us enough time to concentrate on setting the business up.
And if the barge takes too long to renovate, then you're not focusing your attention on the new business venture, are you?
Yeah.
Therefore, no income.
No
Absolutely.
income.
I'm still trying to work out whether you're either mad or incredibly brave.
Being a little bit mad probably helps. It helps you take a risk, but it's always going to be a calculated risk.
So this barge has got to be finished with £15,000 by the end of August, and you've got to start earning some income from that new business.
Absolutely.
So with just £15,000, they're hoping to finish the barge in just 4 months.
It's a fantastic dream, but setting up a new business is tough enough. Combined with a massive DIY project, it's a truly tall order. I just hope Simon and Carol haven't bitten off more than they can chew.
It's been 4 weeks since former IT managers Simon and Carol Morley arrived to start a new life in Cornwall. Their ambitious plan is to renovate this massive 80-foot barge in just 4 months, and then start up a new dive charter business to give them an income to live off. With just £15,000, they've got to install a new bathroom, a utility room, create a kitchen living room in the prow of the boat, and make 2 bedrooms habitable. All the time living on board, and with Simon doing the work himself. With a dog, 2 cats, and 3 kids, it's absolute chaos.
It's basically a building site. We've got timber everywhere, there's pipework everywhere, there's wiring everywhere. We don't have one room which is clean that you can retire to of an evening or anything else. Not good. My mother would not be proud.
Since they moved on board a month ago, Simon and Carol have put all their energy into installing a family bathroom.
It's not been ideal not having a proper bathroom, you know, cleaning your teeth over the sink and actually having to go up the yard to actually have a wash in the showers and the toilet block that are here with the boatyard.
The bathroom's almost complete, but just as Carol's putting the finishing touches to the tiling, down in the engine room, Simon's alarmed to find that the boat's plumbing has sprung a leak.
I've got water peeing in through foam, which shouldn't be down there anyway. What we're thinking is that it's probably connected to the central heating. There's a series of pipes that goes underneath this decking, and I think one of them sprung a leak. But we haven't got a clue which one.
Simon's called in the boatyard plumber to see if he can fix the leak. It quickly becomes clear that the entire plumbing system is a mess. It's dangerous, and the whole lot's got to go.
What we've got is loads of plumbing that we can't get to, we can't see, we don't know what it does, and it just seems to be cobbled together in some sort of weird and wonderful way, which is doing nothing for my confidence.
It's a setback for Simon and Carol. Not only will it cost £1,500 to get it fixed, it'll delay the build by 2 weeks. But Simon and Carol's schedule for this build is so tight, they can't afford any delays. If the barge takes too long to finish, it will leave them no time to launch the dive charter business, which they hope will secure their financial future in Cornwall. Today, Simon's made a small step towards setting up that business. He's invested £4,000 in a spanking new speedboat.
This is brilliant. So on your very tight budget, Simon, you've been going out spending money on toys like this, haven't you?
Well, it is a bit of a toy, but this is how I get to my work in the morning.
This is going to be your new transportation to your job every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
So tell us what the new business venture is going to be like.
The business we intend to set up is going to be a dive charter. We'll be able to take 12 divers out at a time, we'll take them out and drop them on a wreck or a reef or something like that. Let them have a swim around and then pick them up and bring them back again.
How much is that going to set you back?
The boat that we're looking at is basically 60,000.
£60,000.
£60,000.
So there was our worry that you were spending your precious budget on a little boat like this, but you're going to buy another one, a bigger one.
We could be overdosing, yeah, but they all have their purpose, it has to be said.
And when does this business have to be set up by?
We need to get the dive boat on the water and making money as soon as possible. We need to crack on getting that done by the end of August.
Simon's new life of cruising to work in these beautiful surroundings should be starting in just 3 months' time. But his family's new life on the barge has already begun, and it's far from beautiful. All the plumbing's been ripped out, and it means their basic kitchen facilities have also got to go. They're now literally camping on the boat.
I have no washing machine, I have no running water, I have to wash up in a bowl in the bath with hot water that I've boiled on a little gas stove. I don't have an oven, so this is probably about as bad as it's going to get for us, really. This has to happen. We have to rip out the grot before we can put the good in.
Simon was hoping to get stuck into the front of the barge next. Instead, he's decided to finish the utility room, so Carol can use it as a temporary kitchen. He's keen to crack on, but he's finding that DIY on a boat takes much longer than DIY on dry land.
This is a real old boat, and the whole thing's slightly bent anyway, because that was the design of them. You don't get any straight edges, you certainly don't get any right angles. What it means is you can measure one side and basically cut it to length, and it's never straight. It's a real pain.
Despite the hardships of life on board the barge, the kids love Cornwall. Carol's enrolled 10-year-old Josh and 6-year-old Georgia at the local village school. With just 50 pupils and after-school sailing classes, it's a world away from the life they've left behind.
If we'd have been back in Cambridge now, Josh would probably be playing on a games console or watching the TV, possibly playing at a friend's house, but nothing like this. Yeah, we're so pleased that this is part of his life now, and he looks forward to this every week, you know. So how often do you see a head teacher up to his knees in water? Got fantastic views, just the smell of the seaside, and the water's so clean and so clear, and the beaches are clean, and it just does not get better than this. Worries what worries, it's just all worth it.
After 2 weeks without running water, life on board the barge is also looking up.
Simon, can you just check the cold water pressure in the bath tap, please? We've got Carol.
Yep. Okay. Who's yelling at me and why?
Oh,
Look at that! That's serious water.
There's also progress in the utility room, where Simon's fitted a kitchen. It's only temporary, but after weeks of washing up in the bath and microwave meals, it's luxury for Carol.
hello there.
Hi, Carol, there you are.
Hi, George.
This must be
How
your
are you?
utility room, is it?
It
Hiding down
is.
here?
Yeah.
This is a bit different from the last time I saw it.
Ever so slightly, isn't it? It's got walls now and lights and a sink and everything.
And have you got hot water?
I have got running hot water.
But there's still quite a few things to do, isn't there? I mean, the floor's not finished.
Yeah, there's still stuff to do. As you say, the floor isn't done in here. We also haven't got portholes at the moment. We don't have any windows. And, of course, the ceiling is still very orange and it will be painted white.
You still got your highly varnished, yellowy, orangey
orange
timber.
pine special.
And what else has been happening?
The bathroom.
You've got a
across the way.
bathroom?
We have a bathroom.
God, this is luxurious, isn't it?
I know. This is very cool.
Look at that. Bath,
Have the
sink,
bath, we have the
toilet.
sink.
But again, there's quite a few things to do, isn't there?
There's
Just little
still a few
touches
bits
like
to finish.
this is your door at the moment.
It is, isn't it
Very
great?
functional.
It works.
Flexible.
It's waterproof.
Waterproof. Come through to this space. See what's happening through here. Not very much.
Not a lot, no, not so far. We've had a few setbacks in terms of the plumbing and the wiring taking a bit longer than we thought in other spaces, and the kickback on that has been that we haven't started in here yet.
That must be getting to you now, though, surely.
It gets you down sometimes, you know. Waking up in the morning faced with the work still to be done is not an ideal situation for anybody.
And even though things are moving so slowly, can you imagine the finished product?
If I couldn't, we wouldn't be able to keep going. And both of us, we've got a vision in our heads of what we want this to look like, and if we couldn't see that, we honestly wouldn't be able to keep going. Living in these conditions and not being able to see light at the end of the tunnel would not be any fun for anybody.
But the unforeseen problems with the plumbing have set that vision back by a month. They now desperately need to get back on track and start work on the vast room at the front of the barge. They plan to turn it into a luxurious kitchen living room, but first they've got to remove the rust and peeling paint from the metal hull. To make up for lost time, they're splashing £600 of their budget on a sandblaster. After weeks of delays, it's great to get going.
Been grubbing about with engine rooms and plumbing and all sorts of other stuff for too long, so I can do one of the fun rooms now instead of one of the needed rooms. It's going to have the kitchen in it and the living room in it. That's where we're basically going to be spending most of our time. It's certainly where we're blowing most of the budget. It's actually really cool to start work on that. Comes up a treat, doesn't it? Really good. We had to go at this beam, one of those wire brush things on the drill, and it took about half an hour to do that, and you still couldn't get this paint off, and you've done all this in, what, a couple of hours?
Fired up by the progress, Simon's pushing on and is priming the hull to keep it rust-free.
You get this sense that everything is starting to happen. If we can get the galley saloon and then the bedroom sorted, that's it. The back of this project is broken. We can live like civilised people again.
Next day, and there's more progress. Their second-hand cooker has arrived quayside. Simon needs to manoeuvre this half-ton of rusty Rayburn into the barge.
You've done this before, haven't you, mate? The Rayburn is going to go through that hole in the deck, and it's not going to make its own hole to get down below. But yeah, got a proper cooker.
It's a tight fit, but it's berthed safely. But just when things seem to be going well on the build, there's bad news. The Rayburn's supposed to be at the centre of a fantastic hand-built kitchen. But they've just learned work hasn't even started on the kitchen, and they'll have to wait 8 more weeks to get it. With the build behind schedule, Simon and Carol can't afford to wait, and they've cancelled the order. They now need to completely rethink the design of the kitchen living room.
We got let down by the chap who was going to hand build a kitchen for us, which was a bit of a nightmare. So we've had to have a rethink. So we've turned the whole room around again now. Now the galley's going over here, and that's going to be the saloon. So instead of having fitted kitchen units, it's going to be a big curly sofa in the bows.
It's a real shame. I thought that was going to be the real focus of the room when you walked in, that you would see this beautiful handmade kitchen.
Well,
I was looking forward to it.
Well, yeah, but we're going to replace it with something even better.
So Simon, what's the new kitchen going to be like?
The Rayburn is going to be going on the back wall. There'll be high-level units across the back. The sink will be over there by the porthole. And then low-level units here with a breakfast bar on this side.
Okay.
We're just concentrating on this room now. So we should get this done easily within 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
So 2 weeks from now,
2 weeks from now, this will be finished. Yeah. Well, the plans that we've got...
Simon's got a mountain to climb to get this wreck of a room finished in 2 weeks. He's got floorboards to lay, the electrics to install, and walls to clad in wood panelling, not to mention a kitchen to buy and fit. To try and get through it all, Simon's working every waking hour. But 2 weeks come and go, and the kitchen living room's nowhere near complete. Simon and Carol were hoping to have finished most of the barge by now. Soon they'll have to start setting up the dive charter business that will give them the income they need to stay in Cornwall. In a final bid to push this build on, Simon's dad comes down from Cambridge to help out.
When I first saw it, it was a rust bucket, it was a hellhole. I thought, well, no way, no way. Simon has got to be mad, absolutely stark, raving mad to take on something like this. You can't do anything with this except walk away. And he bought it.
Simon's hoping that with his dad's help, he can get the kitchen living room finished in 4 days. But Dad's an experienced DIYer, and he's about to give his son a reality check.
There's 2 weeks at least, graft-wise, I reckon, minimum. You know, and probably a little bit long with all the other things you've got doing as well.
Yeah, been easier if we didn't have to
Got to prioritise now. I mean, there's only, even for you, there's only 24 hours in a day. So, no, keep plodding, mate. You'll be there.
It's the news Simon's been dreading. With the end date for this build slipping further away, and the start date for the business looming ever closer, he's facing the situation he wanted to avoid. Starting the business while still in the middle of renovating the barge. But they need the income from that business, so it's a deadline Simon can't afford to miss. It's the middle of August in Cornwall. Simon and Carol have been converting this huge barge into their dream home for 4 months now. So far, they've installed a utility room and a bathroom. But the kids' rooms are untouched, and they're still struggling to finish the kitchen living room at the front of the barge. The family's new life here in this beautiful setting depends on a new dive charter business as much as a new home. With just £5,000 to spend on the barge and live on, they need to start earning an income.
What I'm slightly worried about is because of the delays that you've had, it must be costing you more money.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Without question, it's costing us more money.
Yeah.
That's why we've now got to probably step back a little bit from this build and concentrate on the business.
Yeah, it really is.
And bring some money back in.
You're going to stop spending money and actually try and make some money for a change.
That's it, totally, that's it.
But when do you think you're going to get this place sorted out, honestly?
We don't really want to do anything that's going to compromise setting the business up. So very much, you know, the barge takes second place now around the business. We'll fit doing this up around working the business and getting that off the ground.
Simon's now stopping work on the barge and switching his attention to the business. But the dive season finishes at the end of October, just 10 weeks away. To get the business started, he needs to buy a dive boat. Simon's got a partner in the new business, best friend Spike Abrahams, and Spike's found a boat in Sussex. He's agreed a price of £60,000 with the current owner. But first, he needs to get the boat checked by the Marine and Coast Guard Agency to make sure she's seaworthy.
So yeah, they'll both need replacing.
Okay, I think it's redundant. Yeah. Throwing line on it, for instance, that's 2 of the items you require.
After a thorough inspection, the boat gets a clean bill of health.
Right, thank you very much for your help. Okay, thank you.
And Spike can finally head off down the coast to Cornwall. Simon and Carol set aside £40,000 of their redundancy money for the new business. Their half of the dive boat cost a whopping 30 grand of that.
It's coming through the channel at the moment, so it should magically appear at the end of this wall, hopefully.
Oh dear, there's somebody already there.
Every time you get a significant moment like this, you can't help but grin. It's great. Tina? Oh, we got new toys? Oh, it's a cracker, isn't it? He hasn't washed it yet, though. You all right there? Good trip? There's no holes in it, right?
It's the moment they've been waiting for. But there's only 7 weeks of the dive season left, so they need to move fast if they're going to earn any money. Their dive boat will act as a taxi service, ferrying divers to local wrecks. But first they need to find and plot those wrecks. With no time to waste, Simon and Spike are heading straight out to sea. While Simon's setting up the business, Carol's treating the kids to a day out. It's her first trip to the beach since they moved to Cornwall 4 months ago.
You regret not seeing much of Cornwall. I mean, that's the reason for you being here, isn't it?
In a way, it would have been lovely to spend our first summer outside on the beach in the sunshine with an ice cream and a bucket and spade, wouldn't it? I mean, it would have been fantastic, but, you know, we knew when we took this on that we were coming down here to have to do some serious work.
And have you seen much of Simon as well while he's been doing all this work?
We've kind of been together, but not spending much time together, if you see what I mean. We've both been on the barge, but we've both been working. So, although we've been in the same space, we've not actually spent that much time together as a couple. So, again, that's something we're looking forward to. When things calm down a bit, is spending a bit more time together.
And how different do you really see your life when all this is done?
It's totally different now. It's already different. You know, what we're doing now is not 9 to 5. It's not in an office.
But you not feel unsettled in any way, because you've gone through such a life change already. To not have your home finished must be a lot of pressure for you.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have the house done. It would be nice to have a bedroom and not have to pick the mattress up off the floor every morning. But I don't feel unsettled. Funnily enough, I felt at home here very, very quickly.
It's a massive change in life for you, isn't it? And I was really worried, to be honest, that you were all taking too much on.
Yeah, I can see your point, but would it really be a change of life if it was any less?
Simon and Spike are still busy wrecking diving spots for the business. It's going well, and after 10 desk-bound years in a job he hated, Simon's loving his new life on the ocean waves.
This is about as far removed as you can get from running a support operation in Cambridge. Okay. This is the office. There's no floodlighting to give you headaches. There's no air conditioning to give you germs from the people with cold sat up in sails. It's, you know, it's brilliant. You're looking at a man at his work. It's great.
Life may be great for Simon, but they still have no paying customers. He and Carol are now down to the last £3,000 of their savings. To save money, work on the barge has slowed to a crawl, and Carol's resigned to living in a building site for the foreseeable future. To make the barge more comfortable for the kids, she's bringing their toys out of storage.
But we are disappointed that we haven't got further. We really wanted to go kind of ta-da and show the children a finished room with everything in it. It is disappointing to have to bring their toys on board like this and not do the final flourish that we'd hoped, but I'm sure they'll be just as happy to see their toys.
But a week later, there's great news. Simon and Spike have their first paying customers. A party of 4 divers have booked the boat for the day, and at long last, the business is up and running.
Yeah, crack in the rock.
I feel like I should shake your hand. Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
It's all coming together, isn't it? It's great.
You got your boat. You got your first day's dive.
Yep. It's this is what we came down to Cornwall to do. It's you know, pick people up at the harbour, bring them out to a cool dive site, drop them, look after them, It's fantastic.
You must be well chuffed though.
But seriously, it's been an awful lot of hard work and we're still not there yet, but we are well on the way now. So it's nice to see it all basically happening, because this is what we came here to do. This is the whole point of coming to Cornwall.
I mean, how are you finding the pressure of time? Because, I mean, getting this business going must be taking a hell of a lot of your time.
Currently, it's like a 7-day working week. Minimum is like 14 hours a day.
It's quite interesting that, isn't it? Because you got away from your previous life to have a more relaxing, calmer, better quality of life, if you like.
Yeah.
But it's still 14-hour days, 7 days a week.
Well, it is, but it is a 14-hour day. But a lot of it, you're playing about, you know, you're on a boat or you're going diving. People pay money to go and do that.
And because it's been so important for you to get the business up and running, has the barge been compromised in any way?
Well, kind of, because work stopped on the barge now, so...
Really? You stopped work completely?
Yeah.
What does Carol think of it?
You know, she thinks the same as I do. It's a real shame that we've not been able to do it, but we've made the right choice in stopping work on the barge to concentrate on the business, because this is what's going to fund it.
They need a lot more customers to make money, but the bookings just don't come in. With their savings running out, the family desperately need another source of income. To make ends meet, Carol's been forced to take a job selling home products door to door. This was never part of the dream for Carol.
Hello. Hello, Mrs. Gregor. Yeah. Hiya. I've got your better wear order. Oh, brilliant. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Stickler. I've got your order.
Oh, yes, certainly.
She's now struggling on a loan, juggling the kids and a full-time job. The barge is still a total wreck, and Carol's feeling the pressure of holding this dream together.
It is tough at the moment. You know, we are finding it hard as a couple to cope with everything that's being thrown at us at the moment. And it's putting a strain on us, on our relationship personally. Just having to cope with everything not working out the way we'd planned it to, and, you know, having to rejig all our ideas just to keep going. We've pretty much had to stop work on the barge at the minute through lack of funds.
It's the end of October. The 7 weeks are quickly up, and the dive season's over. Simon and Spike have given up hope of getting any more bookings, and are taking the dive board out of the water until next spring.
The whole problem that we ran into is we didn't get down here and get Spike down here soon enough to really have a fair crack at the work for this year. We've done all the preparatory work, we've got all the sites, we've dived them all, we know the history, we've got a website, if somebody wanted us to take them out tomorrow, we could do. But, we were just too late in the year.
The dive season may well be over, but a few weeks later, in the run-up to Christmas, it becomes clear it's not all that's ending.
When Carol and Simon took on this project to renovate a barge and start a new dive business, I knew it was going to be tough. But what I didn't know until now is just how high a price they'd have to pay in pursuit of their dream. So tell me what the situation is between you and Simon then.
Well, at the moment, we've come to the conclusion that really we're not working towards the same thing anymore. We came down here with really high hopes of everything working out for us, and it hasn't panned out that way, and unfortunately we're going to be splitting up.
When did things start to go wrong? Because this is a huge shock for me, really.
It's hard to pinpoint, really. I think we've been so busy doing things and trying to make things work and make things happen, we probably missed some signs, to be honest. But really, over the last few weeks, we've kind of, sat down and made the time to talk it through and realised that it's just not working for us anymore.
I'm amazed at how well you seem to be dealing with this. With everything that you're going through, it's incredible, really.
I won't deny there've been some tears on both sides. It's not an easy thing to deal with, but I have to be strong. I have to be strong. I have no choice, you know. I have children to look after, I have a job to do, and I have a barge to complete. I have to be strong. The bottom line is there is only me to make it happen now, and so I'm going to. You know, that's me. I am a strong person, and I have been the driving force behind a lot of the things that Simon and I have achieved in our marriage, and so now I'm just going to have to drive myself instead of both of us. That's the way it has to be.
Well, with that strength and that drive, I mean, you deserve to make this work.
Thank you.
I mean, you really do, and I hope you do it.
Yeah, thanks.
I really do. Simon might be gone, but Carol's determined to finish this barge, come what may. But it's still largely a building site. To push things on, she's pouring every spare penny from her job into the barge. She's hired local builders to help her finish some of the work. But money's still desperately tight, and Carol's doing everything else herself, working every hour she can to drive this build forward. Two months later, and there's still a long way to go. But Carol's pushing this build on. The kitchen's almost in, and she started work on the master bedroom. And it seems it's not just the barge that's making progress. You must be really pleased.
I can really, really see it coming together now. It's, you know, for such a long time we weren't able to do anything to this room. And it's all of a sudden it's really moved on and really made some progress, and it's just really cool to see it now. The more you see done, the more you want to do.
I mean, you're so spurred on. It's fantastic. It is. It's really, really
it's cool. You know,
good to see that look in your face.
Having had some difficult times, it's nice to be moving on again, and it feels like I'm moving on with everything. You know, I'm pushing on and making this a forward step in more ways than one. This was always my thing. Doing the boat was my part of the dream, if you like. From a teenager, I have wanted to do something like this. So now, you know, it really is my project. And I've taken over, and I'm not compromising anymore on design and things like that. You know, this is how I want to make it work, and I'm going to make it happen. And I've taken the decision to cut back on the frills in life and pour every penny I've got into making this work. And eventually, hopefully, this is going to be a fantastic home for me and the kids.
Carol's decision to take control of this build has given her a new lease of life. She's determined to turn this building site into a family home, and I can't wait to see if she can pull it out of the bag. Last year, Simon and Carol Morley came to Cornwall to start a new business and transform this barge into their dream home. But in the run-up to Christmas, the pressure of achieving their dream proved too much, and the couple separated. Undeterred, Carol bravely decided to push on alone, with the help of some builders. It's now March, and since Simon and Carol split 5 months ago, she's been battling to turn this wreck into a family home. She's had very, very little money and 3 kids to support, but throughout, she's refused to give up. I've been amazed by her determination to keep going under such pressure, and I want to see if she's managed to create the dream home I think she deserves. Hi Carol, how are you?
I'm okay, how are you?
Good to see you,
Nice to see you again.
Very good, it looks great out there, doesn't it? Hello there. The deck looks fantastic.
It's looking very good, isn't it?
Nicely
All painted
and deck chairs outside.
Yeah. Progress definitely being made.
But what does it look like downstairs?
Come and have a look.
Below deck. 2 months ago, the whole family were living in this grotty room, but it's now a cosy bedroom for Carol. Oh, Carol, this is great, isn't it?
I'm really pleased with this room. It's, after so long, sleeping on the floor, on a mattress, with everything else of day-to-day living around me. I have this.
This is a huge transformation. So what does it feel like having your own bedroom now?
It's fantastic. It's so nice after all that time of no walls, no door, no privacy, not even a proper bed, to actually be able to come in here at night, shut the door and get in a bed.
This is a lot lighter in here, isn't it? And you've got pictures hanging on the wall.
I know.
It's like a little gallery.
It makes a difference, doesn't it?
Oh, Carol, this looks great. What a difference.
This was the hardest room to imagine because it was completely empty when we started.
And look at it now. It's fantastic. I always knew Carol would finish this barge, but I'm amazed at what she's achieved on a very limited budget. The kitchen living room is flooded with light and feels bright and spacious. And the curved leather bench looks great against the red painted walls. The shaker-style kitchen works well, and the detailing is simple but effective. The kids' rooms are unrecognisable. They're still small, but the colour scheme makes them feel fun and welcoming. Throughout, Carol's used light colours and bare wood to flood the barge with light, and the bold artwork really brings the spaces to life. So is this barge as good as you thought it would be?
Yes, yes. I'm so pleased and proud with how it's come out. This is what I had in my head. It was a bit of a leap of faith, but yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. And I'm so pleased that it's come out right.
Did you think that you'd ever get that?
I had my doubts. There were times when things were really low on the personal front and it was really hard to carry on. And the money situation was getting worse and I wasn't sure if we were ever going to get this finished.
So how much did the renovation work cost you?
It's cost us around about £20,000 in the end. That was about £5,000 over our initial estimate. But I don't think it's an unreasonable amount to have spent to have achieved what we've achieved.
Well, I think you should be proud of yourself because since Simon left, you have pushed this build forward and created your family home. It's incredible.
It's meant a lot of early mornings and a lot of late nights, but boy, was it worth it.
This is a beautiful home, but Carol's adventure was always about more than just the barge. She came to Cornwall to build a new life for her and her family. And I wonder, after all she's been through, if she feels she can still achieve that. And how do you feel about the future for you and for the kids?
I really think this is the place for us to be. I think we've got a great future down here, you know. The children are doing so well in school and they're so happy and so settled and they've taken on lots of new hobbies and ideas that they wouldn't have come across in their old life. This is the way we want to be and I think between the four of us we can really make it happen. This is where I want the children to go to school and grow up and, you know, start their adult lives even. This is really, really where I want to stay.
What Carol's journey has taught me is that if you have a dream, you've got to see it through to the end, no matter where it takes you. And despite everything that she's been through, Carol has created an incredibly exciting new life for her and for her children in a unique and wonderful new home. And I really admire her for that. It's late October in the Cotswolds, where Jeremy Duckworth is moving to put down roots and escape the hectic executive life. The renovation of his 16th century house is into its first week.
This is all going to open up to sort of like a gallery, so that there'll be banisters there and you can look down.
But Jeremy's change of kitchen design has put a spanner in the works. Teresa's layout and the new position of the cooker is giving Bob the architect a headache.
Because of the height of this lintel, it's going to be difficult to set the range fully into there.
Right.
I think it's going to have to sit out a bit.
By how much?
At least not quite as far as this line, but probably not far off it.
Right.
Which then, by the time we've got units on that side, I think we might have to lose that centre element.
You know, this is an issue.
These changes mean work for Philip and costs for Jeremy.
But it can be done, and we can achieve it, but it's very expensive for Jeremy, because we've got, say, the same talk about it earlier, that to get this up here, there's an awful lot of masonry support. You're taking out a big chunk of that masonry above.
There's a lot of heavy-duty structure in here
What are you
that they'll
talking
need to
about?
break out.
A couple of £1,000 probably. Okay.
Can I just say that if we have to lose the island unit, the whole scheme is gone.
Falls
because
apart.
you know, you're back to the literally to the drawing board again. And in the greater scheme of things, I'm not putting words in Jeremy's mouth. It's not my decision. But 2,000 to create a decent kitchen is small beer, rather than have a crap kitchen at the end of the day that isn't going to work and is never going to make anybody happy. You know, sort of affects the decision making, I think. But then I'm a kitchen designer and I'm bound to say that.
It's been an expensive morning, but at least one person's happy.
A lot of the residual issues that I had, she's resolved. You saw, I think, obviously Philip likes variations because it means one thing for his costs, and therefore his profit. But I think if we can stick to no more than £3 or £4 grand of additional build cost to get what we achieve, I think that's a job well done.
As the costs go up, so will the lintel, 1/2 metre in fact, to make room over the cooker. More dramatic changes are taking place upstairs. The old bathroom and the floor being ripped out to create the new double-height entrance hall. 10 days in, and Jeremy brings his parents, his sister, and girlfriend Carol to see the progress.
Come in and have a look at this, because this is very different.
Gosh, that is fabulous.
Yeah.
That is quite incredible.
I think it is even better than we thought. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Like Minstrel's Gallery.
Jeremy and his sister Juliet were born into an army family and never stayed long in one place. So Swinbrook means much more to him than just another house.
But it's for me, it's just home for the first time. Living in London is not home at all, is it? We all moved from.
I can really see you. It's very you. We've been birds of passage all our married life. Jeff was in the army, and when we came to our present house, which is in the New Forest, or very close to the New Forest, was our 21st house in 23 years. So they'd lived in most of those 21 houses. And since then, you've sort of been hither and thither in London, flats and this and that. So I think this definitely could be described as his first ever home.
Swinbrook is a perfect place to set up home.
We must try and find Lavender Dower. She's in here somewhere.
Spiritualist Lavender Dower was the previous owner of Jeremy's house. She also moved here from London.
They literally looked at a map, got their sort of pendulum, and just dropped it, and literally they got this grid reference. They came here. So right, that's the house, and whoever was selling it had also had trouble trying to sell it. So, and she said it's meant to be. So I almost feel exactly the same with me. So, if that makes any sense at all.
Inside the church, it's rich in history.
These are the amazing fete places. I mean, this family clearly was sort of the benefactors of this entire village.
Swinbrook is clearly a place for Jeremy to put down roots, and who knows, maybe Carol too. Jeremy's approach is to adapt his plans as the building progresses. It's a slow, organic process, so it's 2 weeks before the team get his decision on the staircase.
Obviously, we're fit out for oak treads and risers, and what we're thinking is we'll go for an oak handrail section as well, and then just paint the balusters and the string.
With Jeremy making all the decisions, he should get exactly what he wants. But work is slowing down. Philip's not here full time, and nor is Jeremy, as I find out once more.
A bloke doesn't mind being stood up once, but twice is just too much. I've been waiting here for an hour and a half, and there's still no sign of Jeremy. Now, the builders are frustrated because they need a decision, but it must also be frustrating for Jeremy. He doesn't seem to be able to balance the stresses of his work life with the stresses of a building site.
The decision everyone wants is on the final kitchen layout. Work has stopped until Jeremy makes up his mind. As I wait for him, Philip arrives on a visit.
So is everything ground to a halt in here? I mean, all the acro props are up.
Yeah, no, we can't make any more progress until we've got the final decisions. But what we're doing is just, in anticipation, trying to do some of the bits of knocking about and getting it somewhere near. So that's all we can do.
Sounds like a bit of a token gesture, though, just to make it feel like you've got people on site there.
Well, it is. But you have to. We've got to keep guys working. So we want to find something for them to do.
So when's the final date that you need a decision on this before it grinds to a halt completely?
Today.
Straight to the point.
Yeah, absolutely. No, if you could make a decision today, we can. The guys can really crack on now. We're itching to push it on.
But Jeremy has signed off on plans for the garden. He's hired landscape gardener Dustin, whose first job is to take down a huge wall of trees right in front of the house.
You have to ask yourself, who in their right mind would plant 43 huge leylandii right in the middle of their garden? Sunlight and the view, you can even see it from here already. Number one. Brilliant. 2 down. There's the house. Looks fantastic.
Dustin's also restoring a small hedged garden that dates back to when the house was first built.
We've marked out in sand where we're going to put
a
not gardening box hedging. Yeah. Under here we've got 700 bulbs, some are flowering ones. Hopefully it should be looking good by the summer.
Let's hope so, but you have to question Jeremy's wisdom. Planting a new garden slap bang in the middle of a building site. At the end of the day, Jeremy appears.
You're late.
Hi, how are you?
You're very late.
Nice story.
Another day at the office.
Carol's also down for the day.
Fantastic.
What do you think? Makes a big difference.
You have a huge garden now.
Massive garden.
Huge.
Dustin! What are you doing? I didn't say you should do this. I've changed my mind.
Joking apart, Jeremy is here to decide on the kitchen, and it can't be changed again. But as Teresa explains her plans, I notice Jeremy is taking a back seat. Carol now seems to be in control.
So what do you think?
I love it. I really love it. It's great. Very good.
Excellent. So, okay.
Is that a firm plan? Is that all decided on?
Well, the layout, I think, is a firm and agreed plan. Then we just need to talk about finishes and materials.
So yes.
So it's an ongoing.
On what? This is yes.
Ongoing.
You say it's ongoing. Yes, it's decided.
That's because he's handed it over to me now, so it's my problem. Our problem.
Yes, our challenge, that's right, yes, yeah. Well,
with Teresa's plan approved and Dustin pressing on in the garden, I'm interested in Carol's own growing interest in the project.
I met Jeremy only last November, and then we found this place. I helped him to look through particulars, and he was very much buying his house or his home. And it was way too early in a relationship to be having that kind of our house conversation, or even I'll be ever living here conversation. And then it probably only in the last couple of weeks, or maybe the last couple of months, it's become our house and we're going to move in, and so now it's my kitchen.
And what do you feel about that?
Really happy, really thrilled.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think it's brilliant news. I'm really pleased because the last time I saw you, you were all very, no, nothing to do with me. I'm going to step back.
But I didn't want it to be, I didn't want to be the pushy girlfriend that sort of gets her elbow in and right, off we go.
But that's what you've done, haven't you?
Yeah, maybe just a bit cleverly.
As work continues into the night, it seems things at Swinbrook are beginning to develop. But 5 weeks later, there's a new list of unfinished jobs. Jeremy's been distracted and impossible to get hold of. Again.
We've got a boiler, we've got a cylinder, but nowhere to put it.
The heating, the plumbing, the electrics are all on hold because Jeremy can't decide on the radiators.
He knows that he's delayed us quite a bit. You know, the so-called Good Friday agreement, which was towards the end of March, is looking unlikely now. So, you know, but we'll do what we can to try and pull the timeline back.
It seems Jeremy really has taken his eye off the ball. But in mid-December, he finally commits to a decision on the radiators.
Radiator in there, that's where it's going to go. Something that's going to keep this warm, because we're going to, as I said, put towels and linen in there.
Right. Can we just put a small radiator on the side wall?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
Put it on the list.
It's been an expensive day so far. Shit.
And that's not all. After £2,000 of work, the lintel above the cooker is back on the agenda. It's not high enough for Carol.
Carol's 6 foot.
Yeah.
So she doesn't want to be bumping.
That's as high as you can get it without making major alterations to the corbelling of the original chimney breast. So that's why we arrived at that sort of height. So it's a bit frustrating that we've now got to lift it another 3 or 4 inches.
I think what Teresa is saying is what she would like to happen is for that to go right up. Right up.
We'll have to get a steel beam across there just to take the joist into the wall.
Do it. Right, decision done. All right, subject to this, engineer, just do it. Yeah. Decision time today.
It is. All right, up it goes.
Today's meetings help with getting some decisions made, so we can now sort of crack on with other bits and pieces.
Listen, we needed to have this meeting, get things sorted out, and we're getting there. There's still a lot to do, but I always knew it was going to take that long, and I've mentally pictured, more money needs to be thrown at it, and that's fine. Just have to accept it.
Well, I think he's learning a lesson. I think he's now realising that any decisions he makes, it's going to be pretty much final. You can't look at it, go away, and come back and change it.
Do you think if you sent him a bill for all those extras, it might be a wake-up call?
It probably would, but I think he's appreciating, as a financial guy, he's appreciating that changes do cost money, and he's aware of that.
He just doesn't know how much.
He doesn't know how much yet.
That'd be a nice Christmas present for him, wouldn't it? Drop it through his letterbox on the 24th.
In his card.
Yeah, exactly.
Christmas provides a welcome break, and Jeremy and Carol take a romantic trip to London. It gives them a chance to discuss his Moroccan design ideas for the guest bedroom.
I think in the bedroom we should have, in one of the corners, one of these tables. Either gold...
No, darling, because it's going to look like a Moroccan restaurant and not like a bedroom. I think the right pieces, but less is more.
OK. We've got 3 months to agree this.
It may well take months, but there's one thing they've already agreed on.
Jeremy very foolishly asked me to marry him, and I said yes. Yes, a Christmas cracker ring.
Got a spin of
Jeremy
market.
proposed to me. We had realised that in the year that we were together, we hadn't had a complete weekend on our own. And so Jeremy arranged for us to go away on the Friday night, complete surprise. And I was so excited because I was just really happy to be having this weekend.
Crazy Best, Stadhampton, Oxfordshire.
So it's this mad, crazy place, and we go up to the room, and it was just beautiful. Just completely over the top. Completely not how I would want one of our bedrooms to be.
The Stripes room.
Yeah. And I actually said to Jeremy, it's like there's been a romantic drought for an entire year, and suddenly all of this is fantastic. And he said something like, I think it's about time we got married. And I just...
Must be more romantic than that, wasn't it?
Yeah. I put my head into his shoulder and just said, oh my God, oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
And then I said, yes, but I'm terrified. I need you to know that I'm terrified, but yes.
Jeremy's new life is shaping up nicely. Now all he has to do is finish the house. It's the end of January in the Cotswolds. Jeremy Duckworth's new life has taken a dramatic step forward with his decision to marry Carol. However, the £250,000 renovation of his home and refuge from hectic city life is not going well. And there are problems in the hedged garden that he's having painstakingly restored. The builders have dug a drain right through it. Landscape gardener Dustin is not impressed.
It pisses off a little bit, yeah.
I'm afraid it's not living on site in a way. You can't control it. And I'm afraid Philip's not really controlled these people. He's just let them get on with it, because it's just all over the place.
Well, Dustin was saying that he actually discussed with the guys where they would dig the drain so it wouldn't interfere with the planting, and they've just not done what they said they'd do. So he's absolutely furious and devastated. Actually, disappointment and devastation is much more difficult to deal with than anger and...
He's angry. I mean, he's been on and off site several times, and he won't work while they're here.
Elsewhere, frustrations are mounting too. The builders, as usual, are blaming Jeremy for not making decisions.
Sparky.
Nice to meet you. We need you to be finished, mate, like, quickly, as fast as possible.
He's changed his mind, doesn't he? So.
Does he now?
Yeah.
That was 3 months ago, shut up.
Wow.
Keeps changing his mind. Is that true, Jeremy? Come on.
He said that. I changed it about 2.5 months ago.
20 times. We're on revision M on the drawings.
Revision. Oh, that's true as well. No wonder you're not finished.
But these changes are quite old, and it seems other decisions Jeremy made weeks ago have not been acted on. He's particularly upset about the lack of progress in his ensuite bathroom.
I mean, they've probably only done 20% of their work in here. Don't you think?
Yeah. You know, I've just come to the view that all builders are shits and just degrees of shittiness.
Yeah.
Basically.
Has he got all the information that he needs?
Yeah, and he's had that for weeks. You know, the issue is it's just literally bums on seats. And there needs to be not 2 people. There needs to be a team of 10 doing it. And there are more people here because you're here.
Yeah.
You come here at the beginning of the week. There's 2 people.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm married on 4th of June.
Oh, really?
4th of June.
Excellent.
That's when
Very good. That's fantastic news.
That's when we're getting a. Jesus Christ. No, it's. I don't need this because we've got an arrangement and not being delivered.
But whoever is at fault, one thing is certain: this house needs to be finished. There's a new deadline. Carol wants to move in before they get married. The solid oak staircase, centrepiece of the new hallway, has been delivered, but it's been sitting under wraps in the garage for some weeks.
Hang on. This is, I thought it was supposed to be oak. I thought it was oak treads and risers.
Yeah.
This is plywood. You've got plywood riser and softwood treads, oak newel posts and oak handrail.
You can paint the softwood staircase and it looks very nice, but it's not what we asked for.
I tell you, I'm fucked off with this. This has been here since Christmas. The literally the last day. So it's been sitting here for 6 weeks and it's not right.
Philip, my God, what's he doing?
Well,
what is he doing?
Well, I'm feeling stupid for not having looked at it in the first place, but
That's not your job.
Yeah.
It's not your job.
Hello.
Hi, Phil.
Hi, Philip.
Phil, we've had a little surprise. We've discovered a staircase that isn't quite what everyone thought it was going to be. Can you see what might be wrong with it?
Could be the treads and risers.
We all got excited, Philip, and then we pulled the tarpaulin off and went, it's not quite what we had in mind.
But it's a nice staircase.
It is, but for somebody else. Deep breath, Phil. Deep breath.
The mistake with the staircase is the last straw. Jeremy has had enough.
He's asked for a meeting with the architect and the builder in the local pub to sort out their differences. and I've come to see how he's got on. How is it?
Well, I think we're trying to agree. We've had a discussion about getting up to today. That now we're trying to work forward and agree a timeline. And we're looking now at, I think, end of April, beginning of May, and we're trying to go for 13 weeks from Monday.
So what's been put in place now to push this project forward to meet the deadline, the new deadline that you've set?
Well, I think the changes that Philip now I think has got a free run at this, and that things are now coming on site, and in that respect, it's over to that part of the sort of triumvirate to crack this on.
Well, from my point of view, it's now my project. I can now coordinate everybody there. That's.
But you see, I'd assumed it always was. This is obviously where there's been the sort of the communication breakdown to date.
So we're saying because you've now made a conscious decision and handed over to these guys, this project will be finished on time.
That's the expectation. Yes. Certainly for me.
So Jeremy hands over the entire project to Philip, who in turn hands it to a new project manager, Alan Thompson. He'll be on site full time, so progress should improve.
No, we can pick up. We'll pick up. Just a matter of waiting for everything to arrive and just getting it organised is the main thing.
The effect is dramatic. Within a week, problems seem to melt away. With Jeremy's blood pressure closer to normal, he takes a day off work to choose the kitchen worktops with Teresa, the designer.
You've got your paint chart.
Yep.
Somehow we've got to try and link it all in together. So we might have to tweak the paint, we might have to tweak the floor. But the granite is the only immovable object because we can't change
the way to do
colour
that,
there.
particularly for Carol's input, is to get a couple of samples, little corner bits.
Yeah, they'll
remember, I'm colourblind.
Yes, quite. Yes, I'm glad you came and not Carol. Brown is not going to be any good at all. It's not going to go with your green, Jeremy, so...
What colour would it go with, then?
I think that's rather boring, to be honest with you.
I think that's too green.
Well, I don't think
beige.
that's...
I've...
Beige?
Not beige in colour, but just beige in style.
Oh, dear. Now look at that, you see. That is working beautifully.
Just take a chunk of it.
Yeah. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's the final piece we need from John.
I mean, if nothing else, it's an education for you, Jeremy, really.
It is.
Back at Swinbrook, the staircase, now with oak treads and risers, is finally installed. Although even now, I'm not sure it's the centrepiece Jeremy really wanted.
We're one floorboard short of a landing. That's the end of the day on that little saga. Well, tune in tomorrow for the latest news on the staircase at Swinbrook. Alan Thompson, 7 o'clock, going home.
It's early March. Spring in Swinbrook has well and truly sprung. It's 6 weeks since the drain was completed, but the garden is still a terrible mess.
All that's got to be relayed, isn't it? Someplace.
Inside, it's their first chance to look at the staircase.
Yeah. I like the shape of it. It's got scale to it.
I think it looks a bit cheap and nasty.
I'll have to talk to Bob. I can't remember what was agreed, but it seems to lose somewhat of its impact, doesn't it? To be honest.
But despite that, the house is moving on. Time to choose the fixtures and fittings. Carol, as the future Mrs. Duckworth, is keen to be involved.
We need to change this. I don't like it. I'd like a meatier piece of more interesting wood on the top. This is naff.
They don't know that I've gone back to the building society to more money. Yeah, a lot more money.
Or a piece of stone. How much could a piece of stone be?
Don't want to use that as an excuse for a week's delay, that's all.
Okay.
That's all.
It's something he can barely afford. The project is 5 weeks behind the original deadline. The budget, now almost £300,000. Although he's not exactly economising on the fittings.
Yeah, it's a little bit aggressive, isn't it?
Yes.
Spiky.
This is a crucial stage of the project, as it will dictate the final look and feel of the house.
You don't think that's a bit too formal for a bedroom?
I think they're really pretty, yeah.
They mustn't get this wrong.
But I just want it to be slightly kitsch, but then fresh and crisp at the same time.
Kitsch is a difficult game to play, especially when Jeremy's vision is less than perfect.
No.
It's a bit too sickly, isn't it?
Yeah, that's dried out much better.
Yeah.
That was a really bright, that's Swedish white. And that was, can you remember that, the tin white? Which one do you prefer of the two?
Well, there are 3 colours there, darling.
I can't see, where's the third one?
You see, you're colourblind.
I know, where's the third one?
This is a different colour to this one and this one.
Those two look exactly the same to me.
That's terrifying. They're completely different. This is like a lavender grey blue, and this is more of a pale...
Well, no, I think it's got to be a little bit softer than that.
How am I to trust your opinion on colour when you think those two are the same?
As Carol throws in her ideas, the house is becoming less and less coherent. It has elements of Cotswold country, French kitsch, and even a bit of Moroccan bazaar. The one room that has had the professional designer treatment is the kitchen.
And then that'll probably on the wall.
I went to see if Teresa still had control of that.
Great house. Ooh, fab. As much as Carol's got a good eye, I'm not sure between her and Jeremy, they've really got it together about exactly what this house is going to be like.
Well, I can't comment on that because, you know, you probably know more about what's going on in the other areas than I really.
But that's why I want you to pick the paint colours in the kitchen.
I see.
Because that kitchen's your domain, isn't it?
It is, but I mean, I can only suggest. I can't dictate, really, and nobody has asked me what I think.
Just sort of
your
way in there.
Well, I certainly could mention it, but one has to tread very carefully.
To me, there doesn't seem to be anyone on the project who's really taken control of all finishes and textures and materials and lighting through the whole project. And I don't know if Jeremy's going to get the project that he really wants.
Well, that possibly is true, but on the other hand, I think that maybe they want to just move from room to room and do it and kind of do it together in a kind of romantic sort of thing. You know, maybe that's how they feel that they will get in. They've got the basics in, they've got the bathrooms, they've got the kitchen, they've got their dressing room. So everything that they really need, you know, in order to survive is there. And then they can let it evolve. How about that one?
Actually, that's a good way of looking at it. No, that's a very good way of looking at it. So functionally it all works and they can live there, but the house grows as their relationship grows as well.
That's right.
If it's true, the house and their relationship are about to evolve some more at a local furniture store. Carol's not into Jeremy's Moroccan theme. It's his last chance to persuade her.
I don't like this for in a bedroom.
Okay. What about that one there?
Well, I don't like this in a bedroom either.
Which do you like?
Well, you should decide, because it's very much your room.
No, that one there.
This is a little table with a big lamp on it. Don't you think that looks a bit odd?
No, I don't. Not at all.
OK. Your room.
Yeah.
I hate the whole idea of it.
Oh, now you say.
Don't I said so all along? I think I have.
Oh. Well, it's too late now. It's too late now. What's my one there?
OK, you could. But I wouldn't.
Right. Do you like the bed? Yeah? Yes.
Yes, I love the bed.
It's a love bed. Look at these. That really looks good, doesn't it?
OK.
I wonder how much of Jeremy's Moroccan room will survive.
It's funny my husband to be, isn't he?
By April, the house is turning a corner. At last, the builders are working on the finishes. Tiles are being laid, and the kitsch theme is appearing in the master bedroom.
Not very Cotswolds. But very our bedroom.
I'm still not convinced about the stairs.
Well, it is housing association, isn't it?
And as for the bath...
Oh, come on, it's lovely.
I mean, it is that sort of, you know, that Louis XIV look that she's after.
I don't think it is Louis.
What is it then?
I think it's a Paris reunification, un deux trois, you know. Plastic.
Outside, the vegetable patch has been sown, and Jeremy is full of the joys of spring.
But look what's just popped up. I mean, isn't that beautiful? I don't know where that came from. And then here, look at these. And this is just absolutely beautiful. I mean, bang, up they came. It's, Christ, a day like today, you can't, you know, it gives you the reasons why you started in the first place. Look at that. Apparently that's going to get better. Isn't that heavenly? Look at it, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? No-brainer. Yeah.
It's certainly a perfect setting, but will it make for a perfect home? With 6 weeks until Jeremy and Carol's wedding, the pressure is on to complete their house in Swinbrook. For the first time, there are builders everywhere. As Teresa oversees the fitting of the kitchen, Jeremy takes a rare day out of the office. After so many years of shifting homes, most of Jeremy's precious belongings are scattered around his relations' houses. So it's off to Mum's to reclaim the first load, and to Sister Juliet's for the rest. But as usual, Jeremy's attention is divided. There's a small matter of a wedding menu to plan.
Do you want to try the vegetarian option? You don't care about those salad-eating people, do you?
Back in Swinbrook, it's all over.
Well, it's my last visit to Swinbrook, and I'm really excited about seeing the house, but the big question is Jeremy here? Because you can never tell with him. But you're here.
I know.
That's the main thing. You well.
How are you? Nice to see you.
Good to see you. The garden is looking beautiful, isn't it?
I mean, we're chuffed to bits, to be honest. I mean, this was basically weeds and a few little shrubs.
And where's Carol?
Carol is, well, she should be on her way, but she's been on a hen night in Istanbul.
She's been on a hen night?
Yeah.
But it's ironic how I spend all my time waiting around for you, and now I'm waiting for her now. This looks good.
Despite all the angst over the staircase, the new hall is a brilliant centrepiece for the house.
Well, if you remember when we first moved, this space was a room.
Much lighter room as well, so it feels bigger. It's fun.
Well, I think you'll find as we walk around that the whole house, we've opened it up and we've made it lighter.
It's a theme that carries on throughout, with light, bright touches from Carol on the furnishings. And there's a special place for Jeremy's heirlooms.
This was my grandfather's desk, and he's a lawyer. In fact, his best client was a woman who divorced 6 times. This was his old desk, which he gave to me.
Do you really feel like you're settling down now?
I do, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to it, and with the right woman as well.
Talking of Carol, she arrives hot off the plane from her hen night in Istanbul. Next up, the kitchen. 7 months ago, it looked like this. Now, it's a room to remember.
Oh, this looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Fantastic. Wonderful.
You pleased with it?
Amazing. I love it. Love it.
A soft mix of country styling and modern lines. There's an impressive granite slab, replacing the marble that Jeremy chose. Teresa thought it was too green.
I probably don't want to see the marble that we would have had. I probably don't want to go down that route.
Because you might prefer it?
I might, and that would be... It's tough, isn't it? Because I make the decision driving on the M4 with Teresa, so...
Well, it's probably a good thing that you didn't see the marble in place, because it was chosen by a man who's colourblind, wasn't it?
Absolutely right, come to think of it, so this is perfect.
Jeremy may not have got his way in the kitchen, but has he in the Moroccan guest room?
It's not very Moroccan.
Well, because I didn't want it to be very Moroccan. I'm happy for it to be a hint of Morocco.
What, as in these for the lights?
Well, I just had to rein back a bit, I suppose. I've been controlling.
It seems that Carol's got the upper hand in most of the house, but as we move into the master suite, I'm beginning to think that's no bad thing.
This is a lovely room, isn't it?
Yeah, no, we are
This is really light, actually.
Isn't it?
Carol may not have explained her ideas very well, but there's a calm about the interior that looks like it could grow into a very cool and stylish house. Although I'm still not sure about the bath.
It's a hint, isn't it, of that slightly classic French style, like you are talking about.
Yeah.
You're not completely doing it, you're sort of just doing it.
Yeah,
You're just starting
dipping
to
my
do it.
toe in the water a bit. I mean, I've never done it before. I don't want to jump right in yet.
For Jeremy and Carol, this has been a difficult journey, but at last it seems they've reached the end.
It's been hugely wearing as a project, but the joy of coming in and it feels almost like home, and knowing that it will be like home far outweighs that.
What do you think you've learned from this whole process?
I think teamwork, in that you shouldn't just have a view and stick to it. And I've been a bit pedantic sometimes, but that's the thing I've learned. You know, it's a partnership, and you've got to listen to each other and you know, accept that you're wrong.
Oh, did you say that on camera? Can I have a copy of that?
Do you have to sort of both pinch yourselves a little bit?
I just spent a weekend with my closest girlfriends on my hen weekend saying, I'm going to... What the hell happened? This is me a year ago and this is me now, and it is like a fairy tale. I'm a plumber's daughter from Barnby Moor. Now I live in a great house in the middle of Swinbrook. It's amazing.
All Jeremy wanted to do was renovate an old house for himself in the country, but in the process, it's become so much more than that. I've never seen a building project change someone's life so much. Jeremy hasn't just created a home, he's genuinely built himself a new life.
And sure enough, 3 weeks later, they started that new life for real. Most of us have thought about changing our lives, but would you trade in a comfortable home and a job for life for a caravan in a field and a derelict barn? And would you do it if you had no building experience and even less money? Well, maybe not, but Dave and Rebecca have done just that. Dave and Rebecca's new home's in the picturesque hamlet of Tigrain in Pembrokeshire. It's a world away from their semi near Birmingham. Our intrepid couple and their 2 kids have already survived their first winter in their tiny caravan. It's rough and ready, but it does have its compensations.
One of the main reasons why you must have picked this place as location, I mean, this is beautiful, isn't it?
Well, I've always liked it up in the mountains, so here we are. Got there in the end.
And you're from here, aren't you?
I'm from about 20 miles up the coast, near Newquay, so I've always wanted to come back.
So why Wales? I mean, why did you make that big move?
I was always into sort of coming over to Wales. I mean, I met Becca 10 years ago and I cycled over from Birmingham to Wales. I mean, I've always loved it in the countryside. It's just got everything. I mean, we think it's healthier. You know, we're half an hour away from the beach, so you can't really complain about that.
So what kind of world are you escaping from?
City, really, isn't it? You're escaping from the traffic, you know, the hustle and bustle.
Sitting on the A45 for 45 minutes instead of driving around Pembrokeshire.
The sheer amount of concrete.
So how long have you had this dream for?
10 years.
Yeah, ever since we met, really, I suppose. We've always wanted to live down here.
After 10 years of dreaming, Dave and Rebecca have found an amazing property with an acre of land that sits in its own wooded glade. Originally a village hall, the barn's completely derelict.
That is beautiful, isn't it? That's fantastic.
It's impressive, isn't it?
Needs a little bit of work.
A little bit.
Tell me, why did you go for this house? What made you?
Well, we were actually lost, weren't we, travelling around, and we just braked hard, saw this place, and I think it's just the quality of the building, the slate arches. It's just so pretty, so quaint looking.
So just from a random trip down this lane, and you spotted a beautiful property like this? If you don't mind me asking, how much did you pay for it?
108,000.
108? Well, shall we take a look inside?
Yeah, definitely.
I really want to see it. Come on, let's go.
The barn might look like a wreck, but Dave and Rebecca have been hard at work for the last 6 months. But so far, all they've done is rip stuff out.
Wow, look at this. So you've basically got a L-shaped plan, isn't it?
Yes.
It's quite elegant.
Yeah.
This needs a lot of work.
It does.
So do you want to run through the layout with me, just roughly what you envisage doing with the place?
And this will be the living room.
So your living room comes all the way through here
Yeah.
to this back wall,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
you're saying it might just turn around that corner a little.
Another wall just slightly indented there, I think.
OK.
Dave and Rebecca want to transform the barn into a beautiful rustic family home and keep as much of its original character as possible. They'll use natural materials throughout to give a traditional country look. The ground floor will be left as a huge L-shaped kitchen living room. Upstairs will be the main bathroom, and off a light-filled corridor there'll be 3 bedrooms for the kids. Beyond them, the spacious master bedroom will have a high vaulted ceiling and uninterrupted views across the Pembrokeshire countryside. Part of the dream is to get a great home without a huge mortgage, so they can afford a quieter life. Dave and Rebecca borrowed £100,000 to buy the property. They want to spend as little as possible on the conversion.
So the crunch for me is, because it looks like there's a lot of work in there, as well as out here, is the budget. So when you sold your place in Birmingham, how much money did you take away with you?
We walked away 36,000, didn't we? 8,000 then we had to put towards buying this place, so that was straight down to 28,000.
Right.
I mean, initially getting set up here with a static caravan probably blew away another 2,500. So that's at 25 and a half, yes.
And is that your fixed budget now?
That was it when we started.
How much have you got left?
Now?
I don't know.
I'd say about 12,000.
I just don't know.
Kidding? Are you winding me up?
No.
You've got 12 grand? To finish that barn? 12 grand?
The thing is, what else can we do?
Well, we knew we wouldn't have enough money and we wouldn't have bought it if we'd looked at how much money we didn't have. So we just
we
bought
wouldn't
it
have entered
anyway.
into this if we'd looked at the facts, you know,
Yeah,
quite cold and clinically. We've got no choice, we have to continue.
If ever there was a couple with more get-up-and-go than money, it's Dave and Rebecca. Once finished, I've no doubt this derelict barn will make an amazing home.
But it seems to me that with a budget of just £12,000, they're trying to do the impossible. It's been 6 months since teachers Dave and Rebecca Palfrey and their 2 kids left the hustle and bustle of Birmingham to pursue their dream of living in rural Wales. Dave's taken a year off work to convert this derelict barn into their family home. Their only income's from Rebecca's part-time job as a speech therapist.
Bye. Have a good day. Come and have a little rest.
During the week, Dave's a house husband, looking after 2-year-old Tom and 4-year-old Ellie in their caravan on site.
I can certainly guarantee that I get nothing done. In the daytime, I've got the children, they require full-time attention. You know, even when I've just got Tom, really, there's just no time to actually do anything. At the very most, you'd achieve, you know, 1 phone call or something.
More time with the kids is all part of Dave's dream, but the build is progressing slowly. So far, he's installed mains water and gas and ripped out the interior walls and floors. But this work's cost much more than Dave expected, leaving them with just £12,000 of their original budget.
We knew we didn't have enough money when we started, really, but we didn't realise it would run out quite this quickly. We've had big chunks go out for connecting water, and sewerage has to be pumped, which we didn't anticipate.
Dave's optimistic the remaining money will get them into the barn, but with doors and windows to fit, the electrics and plumbing to install, and a leaky roof to patch, it's a tall order. Dave's next job is to lay 200 square metres of new floorboards. It's a mammoth task, but Dave wants to do everything on this build himself.
I just get absorbed in the work, and that I just like to see the progress. As long as I'm doing that and I feel like I'm making progress, I stay motivated.
Daddy's making us a nice new floor, look. What do you think? This is going to be the bedroom for the visitors here, Ellie. And then your bedroom is going to be right up the other end where Daddy hasn't done the floorboards yet.
I need to keep working, keep going up there with the boards, don't I?
I have to say, hurry up, Daddy.
The barn's a labour of love for Dave, but juggling the build with childcare means he's averaging less than 20 boards a day. Still, 3 weeks later, the floorboards are in, and Dave goes straight onto the electrics, an even more specialised job.
I wouldn't have had the confidence to do this place if we hadn't done our last house. I mean, five years ago, you know, I'd probably only ever taken the cover off a socket once, and very sort of apprehensively. I wouldn't say I'm absolutely 100% confident. And then if you get a final check, you know, before we use it properly, then you say, I can't see why you wouldn't be safe, really. Touch wood.
After installing the electrics and floorboards, Dave's left with just £8,000 of his budget. It's barely enough to build a conservatory, let alone tackle a whole derelict barn. This have-a-go attitude is all very well, but Dave and Rebecca's finances are looking desperate. Their new life in Wales is in jeopardy, and only a miracle can keep them going. And at the end of June, that's exactly what happens.
Now, Dave, tell me, you've been thrown an absolute lifeline.
I mean, it's only because we've worked on the garden and cleared it, which I think most people wouldn't do given the amount of work we've got to do on the barn, but we've been in there sort of just clearing it to get the place established. And in clearing it, it suddenly looks huge. A local bloke's come up to us and said, would you sell me that bit of ground down there? And I said, oh, what for? You know, he said, well, it's a potential plot. Yeah.
So you could actually put a house on there?
Yes.
How much is that land worth now without planning?
I mean, probably about £1,000 if you were lucky and somebody wanted it. Obviously, with the permission, I think you're looking at least 50,000 sort of thing.
£50,000?
Yeah, unbelievable.
But that's incredible. So when you bought this barn, you didn't have a clue that potentially you've got a piece of land as part of that land worth 50,000 quid.
That's right. Yeah.
If you get planning.
Yeah, if we get planning.
It's an amazing development, but it all hangs on getting planning permission for the plot. One of the reasons for moving to Wales was to become part of a community, so Dave and Rebecca take a day off from the build to help at the village fair. It's a chance for Dave to put his fledgling Welsh language skills to the test.
We wanted to move to a small village because we wanted to move somewhere where we'd know all the people that lived within our community, and we've definitely got that here. We're getting to know a lot of the people, and we didn't have much of that where we were. We knew our immediate neighbours, but nobody else really.
These community events are part and parcel of how we want to exist here. If we can actually get here in our house, you know, with the environment, with the schools, with the community spirit, we've got everything we want really, and I get a sense of comfort in that for the children. You know, they're getting a nice upbringing, a healthy environment, and a nice idea of the way to live. Are you just watching, Tom? Do you want some water? Oh, okay.
Dave and Rebecca are enjoying their new life in Wales, but 2 months come and go, and there's still no decision from the planning office about the plot. Rebecca's income of £1,100 a month isn't enough to live on, and each day that passes, their living costs are eating further and further into their meagre savings. With just £5,000 left, their future hangs in the balance once again.
But it seems like week by week, there's a huge challenge for you.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you keep your enthusiasm there when that's happening every single week?
Dave's quite good at doing that. He'll just get on with it, and he switches off from everything else. He'll just get on with the job, and he'll just keep going as long as I feed him.
Do you not think people might think you're quite naive? All that financial risk, all the building work being done by Dave with no experience.
I don't know that we're naive, because I think we've looked at the possible consequences and decided that we'll take the risk anyway. We didn't think that we'd buy it and everything would be fine. We thought we'd buy it and hopefully we'd finish it and not have to sell it.
And if this planning approval comes through, it's all fine, isn't it?
Yeah, we'll be very lucky if the planning approval comes through. We didn't know that was there when we bought it. So really that would save us. I mean, if it doesn't come through, we're in the situation, you know, the worst case scenario that we thought we'd risk, which would be selling it, probably.
With so little money left and so much to do, even the ever-optimistic Dave's beginning to worry.
Well, it's taken us 10 years, really, to get close to doing something like this. It would be terrible if we couldn't actually, you know, follow through on it and be sitting here in a settee and have the whole place out like we've been imagining it, and be a great shame, really.
Money's soon so tight, they can't afford to buy any materials, and work on the barn grinds to a halt.
The barn's not progressing, it's virtually stopped, and we're you know, just doing things like this, really, sorting the garden out, things that just cost no money. I mean, in effect, you know, it gets the place neat and it has to be done, but it doesn't help us in terms of getting in the barn.
Desperate to break the deadlock, Dave decides to apply for a loan. It increases their debt, but it gives them a fighting chance of saving their dream.
We're applying for £20,000, and we hope that we'll be able to do some major things on the barn. I mean, if we can do that, we're well on our way to getting the place sorted out. Yeah, fantastic. They've given us the loan, amazingly. So we've got some money at last. They put the money straight into the account, so we've got the whole £20,000 there.
The £20,000 loan is a real lifeline for David and Rebecca and could put the build back on track. But if they don't start managing this project properly, I'm worried that money could soon run out. So you've got this £20,000 loan. Can you afford the repayments on that?
Well, not at the moment in terms of month by month. We're probably using some of the loan to meet the repayments.
Really?
But it's because really we need the time. So if we're working all the time to pay the loan off, we're not getting the barn done. So we're trying to just get a happy medium where there's enough time to do the barn and we're kind of just about meeting the repayments.
But have you budgeted what you're going to spend that money on?
Well, we hope that it will cover the main costs of getting the place contained, get the roof done, get the doors and windows sorted out, get the ground floor done. I mean, look, some things are unknown. You know, the cost of the doors and windows. I mean, quotes vary. You know, and we haven't pinpointed exactly what we're going to have to pay yet for the window, and that's going to be a big expense.
Surely you've got to pin down exactly how much you're going to spend to get this building wind and watertight.
Yeah, I think I could. I mean, we have really, haven't we, listed the what we think are the main expenses.
So when you sat down with your little list and priced everything out, what did it come to?
18,000,
something like that,
something like that. But obviously that's going to be less than it really does come to.
I mean, all the way along, it's the fact we've tried to put ourselves in a position where we've got a fighting chance with hard work. You know, that's what we've tried to do, isn't it? So we've still got a fighting chance of it working.
You have just got a fighting chance, but I don't think I've ever met anyone that's cut it this fine before. You couldn't cut it finer than that. I mean, there's no tolerance here, and I'm not sure whether I'm really accounting for your inexperience as well.
Dave's hoping the loan will get him into the barn by the end of November. As they're using the loan to pay off the loan, speed is of the essence. First up, Dave's fixing the leaky roof, but again he's doing the work himself instead of bringing in the professionals. He gets a few pointers from the guy who's delivering the roof tiles.
The idea is that this slate rib goes under the slate until it locates these nails. Hopefully either cuts them or it drags them out by hitting this sort of slate rib. There's a nail. And then this one, this strap here, is going to go down into that batten between the two slates. Pull the tag back over. How's that?
Lovely, perfect.
Half an hour later, and Dave's a fully fledged roofer.
It feels great to get some progress, you know, just to work at it and just see things moving again. And we've only got about 8 weeks now before probably the weather will turn, and we're quite high up here, so it'll get pretty damp. And we need to contain the whole building really. The roof obviously being a main part of it. You know, the roof, the door and window openings that exist at the moment need to be all closed in.
He works into the night and gets the job done. And next day, Dave's straight onto the doors and windows. Despite the time pressure, he's refusing to compromise. He wants hand-built wooden frames, and he's ordering them from local carpenter Mark Dukes. At £8,000, they don't come cheap.
You know, for all those doors and the 2 cart house doors, how soon do you think you might be able to do them?
I would have said 4 weeks. You know, I haven't got a problem.
Brilliant, that's 4 weeks.
I haven't got a problem with that.
Yeah,
you know
that's excellent.
Soon, but the thing is, I'm saying 4 weeks, but also, if you sort of don't let me know what style we're going to do for 2 weeks,
that's right.
It's 4 weeks from then.
Lovely. I just appreciate whatever you can do. It'd be fantastic.
No problem.
And I'll sort out, have the meeting with the planners, show them all this, show them the photographs, and then I'll get the confirmation right into you in the deposit.
There we are.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
I mean, when he said 4 weeks, you know, I actually thought he'd say something like, 6 to 8, 10 weeks maybe, sort of thing. But it looks like we can actually get in by November. All the things that are under our control, yes. You know, it looks like we can get there.
But November's now just 8 weeks away, and I'm worried Dave's deadline is over-optimistic, to say the least. Undeterred, he's straight onto laying the damp-proof membrane in preparation for the concrete slab. The concrete's costing £2,000. With the windows and roof tiles, it means Dave's already spent over half the loan.
You've got to admire Dave's optimism, but this place is still little more than a shell, with so much still to do, and the loan running out fast. He desperately needs the money from the plot. Without it, there's a real danger Dave and Rebecca's dream will come crashing down around them.
It's early September, and Dave and Rebecca's new life in Wales is in jeopardy. With a dwindling budget of £6,000, they're trying to turn a wrecked barn into a home by November, just 2 months away. To save their dream, they desperately need planning permission for their half-acre plot of land, which will increase the land's value 100-fold and give them the funds to finish the barn. Their application went in 3 long months ago, and at last, they've heard back from the planning office. Their entire future rests on the decision, and Rebecca's hot-footing it to the council officers for an answer.
We can't think of any reason why we shouldn't get it. But then you think, well, we don't really know what the ins and outs of why they grant planning permission, so I don't know. Yeah, I'd like to know either way. I'm fed up of waiting. At least if we know we're not having it, then we can plan for not having it. And if we do get it, then it'll be even better, really.
I'm feeling very nervous. It just, I mean, it just transformed my existence, really, getting the plot. It's just like, like winning the pools.
Rebecca's promised Dave she won't open the letter until she gets home.
Well, you can see through it, but I've resisted the temptation to read through the paper.
If we don't get it, I think, well, we have to sell it, really. We have to sell the barn. No choice. You got it? It's big, isn't it? That is good or bad? You read it.
How about that?
Thanks.
Outline planning permission has been granted.
Oh,
there you go.
Fantastic. Saved.
There you go.
Saved.
Good.
Brilliant. Well done. Just give them numb, don't you? Really weird.
Yeah, strange.
This is a huge potential windfall for Dave and Rebecca. Desperate for the money, they call an estate agent to get the plot valued. Dave's hoping it's worth £50,000.
Hello, Philip.
Hello, David. How are you again?
Not too bad. How are you? You all right?
Not too bad, thanks.
Nice to be good.
Nice to see you again.
What do you
think? Value-wise, I mean, you know yourself, the plots aren't, you know, they're few and far between. So I think realistically, you could be looking at anywhere from 90 to 110.
Blimey, that's a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. That is a lot. Wow. So if we put it on the market, tidy it up, put it on the market, how would it be? Quick selling, or would it take months and months?
It shouldn't take months and months, David, because there are so few and far between. I reckon you'd sell it fairly quickly.
Great. Yeah, good news. Oh, that's great. Thanks for that. It cheered me up.
Pleasure. Pleasure.
Absolutely fantastic. I mean, I can't believe those two figures I've just heard, really. I can't believe he said 90 to 110. Just completely shocked me. I'm gobsmacked. And what was it, 10 months ago we bought the barn with a £100,000 mortgage, and the plot could pay that off, in theory. I mean, if we got £100,000, completely transform our existence. I don't get it. It's amazing.
It's great news, but without a sale and the money in the bank, nothing has changed. But Dave's forging ahead, spending the last £5,000 of his budget trying to get into the barn by the end of November. To make the barn livable, he needs to lay the concrete slab on the ground floor. Dave spent £2,000 on 100 tonne of concrete. It's arriving in half an hour.
A little bit apprehensive about the concrete going in, but and I wish I didn't have this last bit of last-minute preparation to do, but should be nice when the concrete slab goes in.
It's another DIY first for Dave. To ensure all goes smoothly, Dave's father-in-law and best friend are on hand to help out.
What, Jerry? What's that end bit? Is that can't see the end. Are we the most amateurish people you've seen?
But Dave's inexperience means he's forgotten to weigh down the wooden planks that ensure the concrete stays level.
I don't think whether it will level or not.
With no way to fix a level, Dave's in danger of ending up with a sloping floor.
I think my welly is a bit too big for me. I think because it's quite wet, the wood floated up. The wood we wanted to level it with floated up out of it. So as soon as any concrete got underneath, obviously the levels were all wrong.
To avoid having to dig it all out and start again, Dave's trying to level the floor by hand.
Gone up in the air a bit, is it?
It's a race against time to get it level before the concrete sets. It's touch and go, but it looks like Dave might have just got away with it.
It looks good. I think it'll be nice to walk on there at that height, because it is actually the proper floor, isn't it? Superb.
The build's progressing, but there's bad news about the plot. After just a couple of viewings, there's a dramatic slowdown in the property market.
The housing market is plummeting. New figures today showed that house prices in September dropped for the 3rd month in a row.
Days turn to weeks, and interest in the plot dries up completely. With no sale in sight, Dave's rapidly running out of money. In desperation, he stopped work on the ground floor. He's now decided to focus the last £4,000 of his budget on making the upstairs habitable.
So Dave, what's your plans going to be for up here?
It'll be open plan, apart from a small section. I mean, over here, I think what we'll do is actually do a compartment. Yeah, just there with the toilet, sink and bath.
So as basic as it is,
yeah,
with, you know, your toilet, your sink, your bath down the end,
yeah,
your entire open plan living,
yeah,
a couple of windows in.
Yeah. Be good, wouldn't it?
It's quite a lot to do, though. I mean, when's that going to be done for?
Well, we hope at the latest, a couple of weeks before Christmas. We might get in here and think, goodness, what have we done?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, we might do that. It's awful. But
and if you come and have a look down here, right?
Yeah.
From that doorway, all the way through here, round to here,
yeah,
you've got to do all the lime rendering on all the walls. Yeah. You've got to sort all the windows out. You've got to get some plumbing in and a toilet.
Yeah.
You've got to get yourself somewhere to cook. That's still quite a lot to do.
But the best we can do, as always, is just to work as hard as you can, try to achieve that.
So the pressure's back on, isn't it? You've got to make this place habitable for the kids by Christmas.
Yeah, yeah.
Dave's confident that he can get into the first floor of this barn by Christmas, but that's only 6 weeks away. And with the cold winter weather drawing in and so much work still to do, he's going to be really up against it.
To have a chance of meeting his deadline, Dave needs doors and windows. And at long last, Dave's paying a professional to install them.
And with a bit of luck and dedication, it's going to go.
Of course, I'll wait until Mark's on before telling, and I'll pretend that I did it. Hey, that's nice, isn't it? Lovely.
The windows fit perfectly, and they go in just a few hours.
I mean, seeing the windows in now and having that door at the end, I mean, getting more natural light through that door just makes you another step closer to seeing it as you know, livable.
Dave's upbeat as ever, but the carpenter's not so confident the barn will be ready by Christmas.
Obviously, putting the windows and doors in the top part has made a big impact, and obviously closed it in for him to sort of carry on the next stages. But he has got a lot of work to do, and whether he'll manage it all, I don't know.
It's now the end of November. If Dave's to get in by Christmas, he has to install heating and sanitation. He also needs to plaster the interior walls to insulate the building. Once again, Dave's refusing to make any compromises, and instead of a conventional plaster, he's using lime render. It will give Dave the rustic look he's after, but this traditional material takes 3 times as long to apply and costs twice as much to buy. 3 days later, and Dave's made little progress. His refusal to compromise is beginning to jeopardise this build.
I hadn't really allowed for such a time-consuming job. You know, I'm beginning to think, how long is this actually going to take? You know, can we still get in for Christmas? That's the thing.
But in the run-up to Christmas, there's dramatic news for this couple, and it changes everything.
Yes, we've got some good news. We've got Becca's pregnant again, hopefully for the last time. And but it's good. I mean, it's nice to have 3 children, sort of thing. Obviously, we've got a lot on our plate at the moment, but we're hoping things will pull together by the time this one comes along, and it's due June the 12th. Yes. But we're both excited about it. Ellie's excited about it.
Do you want another baby, Ellie?
It's great news, but all thoughts of moving into the barn have now been put on hold.
I don't want the hassle of moving at the moment, particularly, because I don't feel particularly healthy at the moment. So in a way, I'd rather stay here because I feel sick and various things that you do when you're pregnant, so I'd rather wait a little while anyway.
Dave and Rebecca are resigned to Christmas in the caravan. This build has been a real slog for this couple, and they're nowhere near completion. But still, Dave's optimism keeps them going, albeit slowly.
It could turn into a nightmare, so that's what I'm afraid of. Or you could, end up going right down about it, and that's just not something we can do. It just wouldn't help, and we haven't got the time to do that.
By the beginning of February, Dave's finally finished the lime rendering. He's now busy installing the roof lights on the first floor, but the barn still has no heating or sanitation. With just £3,000 of the budget left, and the plot no closer to selling, this build is close to collapse. Dave and Rebecca take a dramatic step to save their dream. Using the plot as collateral, they secure a £50,000 loan. Dave's taken a huge financial gamble to get them into the barn before their baby's born in 8 weeks. But he's still doing all the work himself. To hit this optimistic deadline, Dave's got to hire professional builders, and fast. Just recap the financial situation. You've got a mortgage of how much?
100,000.
100,000. You then took out a loan, didn't you?
A loan of 20,000.
20,000.
Yeah.
You've got £120,000 worth of borrowing. You've now got another loan of £50,000 on top.
Yeah.
So you're quite heavily steeped in debt, aren't you?
Well, we are, yes, yeah.
What's really admirable is that you've taken on all the work yourself. You've set yourself the challenge of building this entire place on your own.
Yeah.
But that's why it's taken so long, and that's why you've run out of money. How are you going to do it differently to get this place finished in 8 weeks?
Well, speed-wise, I think we've saved a lot of money doing it ourselves, but speed-wise, I think we might have to get some help to do it. It depends. This has got to be habitable and comfortable. We don't want to make doing it. Yeah. It won't be pristine, I don't think, by the time the baby comes, but we've got to have a kitchen, a bathroom, and no messy jobs left to do.
It's got to function, hasn't it?
It's got to function as a house, yeah, rather than a shed at the moment, that sort of thing.
So, at last, you've realised you need some help, Dave.
Well, I still don't know yet whether I need some...
Come on, 8 weeks left. 8 weeks left, all this work to do.
Yeah.
You need help.
I think if we want to get it done in 8 weeks, we're probably going to need some extra help, yeah.
Good. At long last, Dave's realised that he can't finish this project alone. And suddenly, this build springs into life. Dave's paying a firm to install the underfloor heating. And he's hired a team of carpenters to put in the staircase and the remaining doors and windows. The loan has secured their home for now, but Dave and Rebecca are mortgaged to the hilt. Unless they can clear some of that debt, they'll struggle to meet the repayments. And their dream life could be over before it ever started. It's the end of April. 18 months ago, Dave and Rebecca moved to Wales to transform this barn into a dream home. They've run out of money twice and failed to sell the plot of land they hoped would save them. With Rebecca heavily pregnant, they gambled all on a 50 grand loan to try and finish the barn before the baby was born.
From the start, Dave and Rebecca's finances were in such a poor state, I doubted they'd ever finish this project. But against the odds, Dave's optimism has just about kept the dream alive. When I was last here, the barn was still a building site. I've come to see if they finally managed to turn it into a home.
Hello.
Hi, Dave.
You all right?
Hi, Rebecca. How are you? Good to see you. You well?
2 months ago, the ground floor of the barn was an empty shell. It's now been transformed into a rustic, open-plan kitchen living room.
This is just a huge transformation for me, because I never thought that I'd see this kitchen here, to be honest, not for a long, long time.
We've just gone non-stop at it, haven't we, since Christmas, really. It's just been mad. I mean, I've had one day off. Just desperate to get in here and to get out the caravan. It's gone from a shed to a home, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's good.
Yeah.
Oh, your bedroom.
Yeah.
Our room, yeah.
This is fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is great. This is actually quite a romantic room, isn't it?
I love it. Yeah. Well, it's just how we imagined, isn't it?
Yeah.
We got our bits of furniture in. We couldn't resist once we got the space, putting them in place, and then we thought, wait a minute, let's just try and go for it, get in here.
So you're going to start using it?
Yeah, tonight, hopefully.
Tonight? Tonight's going to be your first night
we're just
in your
really
new
fed
home.
up of being in the caravan, so...
More than anything, it's an excitement about
We'd
getting
go
in here,
for it
isn't
and move in, yeah. It's not quite finished, but...
Rebecca's right. There's still a lot to do, from decorating the rough lime plaster to finishing the ceilings. With their baby due in just 2 weeks, Dave's transformed a building site into a home in the nick of time. The upstairs is still open plan, but after a year and a half in the caravan, it's luxury for the kids. Throughout, Dave's perfectionism shines through, but this couple took on a mountain of debt to get the barn this far. To finish it, they've now got to sell the plot they've had on the market for 5 months.
So how much did this project cost?
Well, we reckon round about 65,000.
That's 3 times your original budget, isn't it? What's the news with the plot?
Well, we've had a couple of people interested, and one of them has offered us 75 for it.
£75,000? Well, that's fantastic news,
So,
isn't it?
I mean, yeah, it's unbelievable, really.
So the money from that plot will obviously clear the debt that you borrowed to do the build. Will it also reduce your mortgage?
Yeah, but I mean, it'll put us in a position where we can afford the mortgage that we've got.
Which is amazing news, because you did really, really overstretch yourself. And you commit a lot of money. Well, you were under massive financial pressure. And that plot is an incredible windfall.
Dave and Rebecca have a unique and charming home. And when the sale of the plot goes through, it seems they can also look forward to the simple lifestyle they've always wanted.
What does the future now hold for you?
Potentially holds what we hoped it would hold, you know, a good family existence, some time with the kids, you know, on a regular basis. Not dictated to by just working all the time.
I mean, Dave, you left a very, very hectic and stressful teaching job. What's the plan now?
Well, I certainly wouldn't like a full-time teaching job at the moment while the children are young, but, I mean, I don't want to let go of it either. You know, I'm quite passionate about teaching, so I'd like to, at the very least, keep my hand in, do some part-time work.
It really has come together. It's incredible, really.
Shocking, isn't it?
Dave and Rebecca took on this project knowing that they could fail. And I was really worried at times that they wouldn't make it. But the gamble has paid off. They've built themselves a home with immense character for which they can both be proud. But most importantly, they've set themselves up for the lifestyle they've always dreamed of. Normally, when people decide to leave their old lives behind, they're looking for something better. But Matt and Emma already have what most people aspire to. They've got a lovely house in a pretty village, surrounded by their friends and family. So why on earth do they want to leave it all behind? It's simple. For the price of a bungalow in Surrey, Matt and Emma get this massive barn in Lincolnshire, which comes with its own moat and several outbuildings. And they can afford all this on the income from Matt's telecoms business, allowing Emma to give up her busy job at a local cafe and become a full-time mum to their 2 children. It's now October, and 3 weeks ago, this couple started turning their dream into a reality. Good morning.
Morning.
It's a good day for it, isn't it?
Hello.
How you doing, mate?
George, you all right?
This is a great house, isn't it? Tell me a bit how you found it.
We were looking for about 7 or 8 months, basically, around several areas, and we sort of started casting it out a bit further and further afield because we couldn't find what we were looking for. Something like this with a bit of land, and this came up, and it was ideal.
But this is a massive life change for you, isn't it? I mean, for both of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it was kind of, I mean, we've got 2 young children, and that was a sort of critical thing. We're in Surrey at the minute, in Dorking in Surrey at the minute, where property prices are very high, and to actually take the next step up the ladder, if we wanted to have more children or grow into a bigger property, we'd be looking at sacrificing quite a lot financially and also what we would get for our money.
We get fed up with life. We're just completely chasing your tail where we are now. We're both working full-time, 2 young kids. Don't want to do it anymore, just want to have a life together.
A lot of people have ambitions of changing their life, but never do it.
Yeah.
What makes you different?
You know, you can think about things forever, can't
Exactly.
you? Life's too short, you've got to do it.
You don't want to end up regretting everything you didn't do. I'd sooner regret trying to do this than not trying to do it.
You get one chance in life. You've got to...
Make change.
You've got to make changes.
So this is it.
In the rain? Lovely.
Yeah.
Matt and Emma's dream of a new, simpler rural life revolves around this enormous 18th century granary, which comes with 5 acres of land.
This is a great space, isn't it? So what are your plans for this part of the house?
Basically, we're standing in kind of like the
kitchen. This is the walk through to the kitchen. Big open plan kitchen. Downstairs bathroom, cloakroom. A utility room over on the right here.
So where's your main entrance to the house?
Through there. Through this doorway.
This huge barn's divided into 2 massive rooms.
Umbrellas now, I think. I'm getting absolutely drenched now.
Yeah. It's a bit daunting as it's a living room.
Space, isn't it?
It's great, isn't it?
This is lovely. These arches are really beautiful, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, the quality of this brickwork.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
It's really fantastic.
Yeah.
And what are your plans for this space?
There's going to be kind of a home cinema room, drop-down cinema screen at the end of the wall. Sound-wise, there'll be some good quality sound hanging on the wall.
But that's what we want. We want old and new together. That's the whole idea, is to try and incorporate, old and new.
Matt and Emma want to transform this rustic old granary into a luxurious modern family home. You'll enter into an impressive double-height hallway. Upstairs, a suspended walkway will connect the 2 halves of the building. On one side will be a bathroom and 3 bedrooms, and across the other side of the walkway will be a study and the master bedroom, with picturesque views across the Lincolnshire countryside. On the ground floor, there'll be a modern open-plan kitchen, flooded with light from 2 large glass doors. And beyond, the centrepiece of the house, a huge open-plan living dining room. Packed to the rafters with the latest home technology, this will be a showpiece for Matt's telecoms business. It's an ambitious project, and Matt and Emma have funded it with a massive mortgage on this building and their 3-bedroom bungalow in expensive Surrey.
So it's a big old project that you've taken on, isn't it? And how much did you actually pay for the property?
All in all,
190.
Yeah, 190.
Yeah.
That's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really? I mean, you've got a lot of
You
building.
wouldn't get anything like that down in Surrey. You wouldn't get a 1-bedroom flat for that.
How much have you got to renovate the house?
140,000.
Have you got any experience in building projects like this?
No, not really. We extended the...
Only where we live, the bungalow. Yeah. The bungalow, we did
small
an extension.
And
I think
it's a little bit more than a small extension, isn't it?
It is, but once you do that, you can build anything.
So we're in October now. January you might move in when it's semi-habitable, but then completely finished February, March.
Exactly.
100%.
100%, yeah. Whether I have to work 24 hours a day to do it, then yeah, we'll have it ready by March. Definitely.
But March is just 7 months away.
Matt and Emma's plans to turn this rundown barn into a high-tech home are great, but this building is a wreck, and with winter just around the corner, Matt's got his hands full getting it ready on time.
Something tells me it's gonna be tough. Matt runs his own telecoms business, and he's worked out he can afford to take 4 months off to make the building habitable by the end of January. But he's not just labouring, he's also managing the whole project.
I like getting stuck in. I'm keen to learn, and hopefully I'm going to learn quite a lot from being here. And as long as I don't get in the way too much, then I'm more than happy to muck in and sort of learn whatever I can on the way. Yeah.
Matt's based near the barn, while Emma's still living in their bungalow in Surrey. Emma's looking forward to leaving her busy job managing a local cafe and moving up to Lincolnshire to become a full-time mum to 2-year-old Cassie and 4-year-old Archie.
I've reached a point in my life where I've had kids, and this is where you'd almost think, right, okay, what do I want to do with my life? You know, I'm at the age, I'm sort of early 30s, you know, and this seems like a really good thing to do because it's somewhere completely different. It'll be an adventure for both of us. As a family, it will be an adventure.
The key to financing that adventure is their bungalow. They've remortgaged it to raise £190,000 to buy the barn. With the £140,000 they're borrowing to do it up, this gives them a whopping debt.
What I need to know, Matt, is how are you financing this project?
We borrowed against the bungalow to buy the place in the state that it's in now, and as we own it in its state, we've been able to borrow against it to actually do it up and build it.
You've borrowed £190,000 against the bungalow to buy the granary,
yeah.
And then you've borrowed £140,000 against the granary,
yeah.
To do it up.
Yeah.
That's £330,000 worth of borrowing.
And it is.
That's a massive amount of money.
Don't remind me, I'm trying to put that to the back of my mind. Yeah, yeah, it is. Yeah, it's a big risk, but you know, we fell in love with the place, and it's it's a dream to actually do it, and you know, once we're in here, hopefully we'll be in here for life.
And where does the bungalow fit into this equation now?
Well, I mean, that's where the main pressure is really, because the rent from the bungalow equates to half the mortgage, so we've got to rent it out, and quickly. Because if we don't, then we're really living on borrowed money to the max.
But that's quite amazing, that tiny little bungalow down in Dorking is paying for half of this bill.
Yeah.
Because of the rental income.
Yeah.
So that rental income is absolutely essential, isn't it?
Yeah, it's essential if we wanted to keep both the properties on, definitely.
But the bungalow's already been on the market for 2 months, and Matt and Emma still have no offers. With Matt's business on hold, there's no way they can afford for Emma to give up her job. Until they rent the bungalow, Emma's move to Lincolnshire is on hold, indefinitely. Matt has only built a small extension before. Project managing a build on this scale will be a very steep learning curve, with big risks financially and emotionally. On top of that, he's hoping to make the place habitable for his family in just 4 months. Matt's first new job is managing the build of a brand new roof, starting with the trusses.
You think just try and lift it with the straps on it?
Matt's shouldering the responsibility of operating the crane that will lift the trusses into position.
I don't like these things. They're a bit scary. Yeah?
With each truss weighing half a ton, it's a huge responsibility.
It's tense, isn't it? Can you feel the tension in the air? It's these big bits of wood wafting around, ready to knock the barn down.
As Matt lifts the first truss up into position, we get dramatic evidence of his inexperience. Matt's forgotten to put down the crane stabilisers and almost tipped it over. It's a very lucky escape for Matt and the barn. 2 hours later, with stabilisers down, Matt soldiers on and gets the first 2 roof trusses into position. The trusses sit on timber plates that run along the walls of the barn, but the plates aren't level.
It's not level between plates and it's not level along them, so when you sit your trusses in, the trusses are going to go like that, aren't they?
Matt's quick fix solution is to bang on another piece of timber to make the plates level. It does the job, but it's far from ideal. A week later, the roof trusses are on. Matt's plan is to get the roof finished and tiled, but a visit from the building inspector again brings home his inexperience.
You've had an issue with building control, haven't you, about the stability of the building?
Yeah, they were just concerned that loading it up with heavy pan tiles in this state, without having the structure on the first floor, the beams in to hold it in at sort of centre,
right,
whether it had put too much outward force on it.
Just so I've got this right, because you've got the old walls, these 2 old walls, now that you've got the roof trusses on, if you put the tiles on, those walls would want to maybe buckle out and collapse even, or bowl.
Yeah.
So just how unstable was this building then?
It moved quite a lot.
Like how much?
Well, you could push it and it waved. It waved at you a little bit.
The building inspectors insisted that all work stops until Matt's installed the first floor beams that will tie the building together and make it structurally sound. But there's good news from Surrey. After 3 months on the market, at long last they've rented the bungalow. With the tenants arriving in 3 weeks, Emma's handed in her notice at the cafe and is packing for her move to Lincolnshire.
Yeah, I need to get involved. I'm so distant from the whole thing. I really don't feel part of it, and I need to. I think everyone has to be involved in something if it's going to be a dream. If it is a dream, you all have to have the same dream, and I've kind of lost sight of it a bit because I've just been down here waiting for it to happen, but I need to kind of be there.
Emma might want to be on site more, but right now, Matt probably wishes he wasn't. As he starts the mammoth task of tiling the roof, he discovers the battens he paid a mate to fix haven't been laid properly.
But the distance between these 2 bits of wood to hang the tiles on is too close together. When you hang the tiles, they don't lock together quite properly.
It's a big mistake. I'd replace the battens. However, Matt chooses the cheaper but far more time-consuming option of cutting the tiles to size by hand. All 2,540 of them.
Including breakages.
Tiling this roof takes Matt full weeks, working every hour God sends.
I can't afford to get sort of pissed off about it, but I'm not very happy about it. I would rather, obviously, it was right and we'd just lay in the tiles, but that ain't happening, so there's not a lot I can do about it.
But at least the family's reunited. After 3 months living apart, Emma and the kids are finally moving up to their new life in Lincolnshire. Their new home's a plastic log cabin.
It's cool, isn't it? Radiators, we've got a big kitchen. You and Archie, you've got a proper bed. What do you think, Cassie? That's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, you like?
The cabin's just a stone's throw from the barn. For the first time in a month, Emma's going to see the building site that Matt's hoping will be their home in only 5 weeks' time.
Have a look inside. At the decor?
Let's go room. Last time I was there, they hadn't put the beams in. They were just bringing them in to put them into position, but they hadn't put them in. There's still so much to do. It's just hard to conceive actually being here.
I'm not surprised. It's barely more than a shell. Matt's still trying to get the building watertight before the winter weather closes in. He needs doors and windows.
There you go. Look at that. Hopefully within the next week.
To push things on, Matt's paying a carpenter to install them.
Okay, can I just stop you there a second? So let's put it on in. Ready?
The handmade hardwood frames fit perfectly and go in just a few hours. But there's been a mix-up. Matt's inexperience means he hasn't ordered the large panes of glass. Without them, this building can't be made watertight.
So why aren't the windows finished? It's a bit ad hoc.
In fairness, the original schedule, it shouldn't have taken quite this long to get the glass.
But it all comes back to project management again, doesn't it? You're having to organise this build and all the logistics of having windows and materials turning up as and when they need it.
You saying it's my fault?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm not. I just want to know how you're finding it. Project management's difficult.
Yeah, it is difficult. It has been a bit of a logistical nightmare, and it's all part of the learning curve. So, I put my hands up and say, yeah, a percentage of that is my doing, because I didn't really know what I was doing. I still don't. It's all new now, because every day we move on a stage and it becomes new. Nice hinge action.
I really admire Matt's honesty, but I'm worried his lack of experience is beginning to jeopardise this build. But for the kids, their new life is just one big adventure. Emma's settled them in at the local nursery. It's a 5-minute drive from the barn and a world away from the hustle and bustle of the school run in Surrey.
It's great that the kids have actually to know that they're happy at nursery. Compared to the one back in Surrey that was kind of very modern and high tech, this is on a working farm, and it's great. They say that kids are the easiest way to get to know people and to kind of break the barrier. Because they're at school, it feels like we're part of the community.
While the kids are at school, Emma throws herself into the barn conversion. The barn will be heated by a ground source pump that draws the natural warmth out of the earth. This means laying an incredible 2.5 kilometres of coiled plastic pipe. Matt's confident they can master this hugely complicated task.
Keep on going, baby. Kids would love this.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will work well. Ow!
Leave it alone. I was all right doing that, and now you've come and interfered with me, and my circle's getting big again.
But it soon becomes clear that this giant twisted hose pipe has a mind of its own. But Matt's fighting back.
Oh, go away! This pipe is a pain in the backside. Nightmare. I'm going to have nightmares about this for the rest of my life, and if it don't work, there will be murder.
Oh!
Sorry.
Come on, bring that round. Grab
Round
bang
way.
that
You're
loop.
just going to make it tangled, look. If that splits, we're fucked, all right? I need to unkink it. It's fully tangled, the fucking lot. I fucking hate this shit!
After several hours, even the laid-back Matts beginning to wish they'd never started. Matt and Emma eventually call it a day and call in the professionals. Once again, Matt's attempts to cut corners has cost him time and money. But a week later, there's a dramatic development, and it changes everything for this couple.
Yeah, we've got some news, haven't we?
Yep. Number 3 is on its way. We're having another baby.
Obviously, it wasn't quite planned to happen so soon, but stupidly, it always happens, doesn't it? Whenever we mention it,
Whenever we talk about it,
start practice. We don't need to practice anymore. It falls on my phone. We spoke about it about a week ago on Friday, and then Emma was pregnant on Saturday.
It's fabulous news, but there's no way a pregnant Emma can rough it in a half-finished barn, and it's forced Matt to rethink his plans. He's now given himself another 2 months to try and completely finish the barn. It's still an ambitious deadline, but with no income and a very tight budget, it's a deadline this couple can't afford to miss. It's the middle of February. Spring's here, and Matt and Emma Cupper are still converting this huge barn to start a new life in the wilds of the Lincolnshire countryside. Matt's put his telecoms business on hold to project manage the build. 5.5 months on, he's installed a roof and first floor. But they've got no bathroom, no kitchen, and no staircase. And with no glass in some of the windows, the barn still isn't watertight.
Basically, I think it's lack of experience that has probably put it behind, because Matt is a complete optimist in every single way, and I think he's just like, you know, he's a classic salesman. You know, yeah, we'll get it done, we'll do this, you know, bosh it in here, that'll take a day, a couple of hours for that job, but jobs have taken them longer to do. It's the fact that Matt is actually taking on, and he wants to do everything himself, really. Whereas me, I'd much rather just say, right, fuck it, let's get someone else to come and do it. You know, he's learning so much about everything.
Emma's 5 months pregnant, and Matt's eager to get the family out of the cramped caravan and into the barn in just 6 weeks. I think he's got a mountain to climb to meet his deadline, but Matt's nothing but optimistic.
The things are moving on, looks really good, but there's still a lot to do, isn't there? What's deceiving about this stage is that it does move quite quickly.
Yeah.
It's all the finishing off that takes a long time.
Exactly.
All the tiling, all the plastering, all the fittings. That takes a long, long time. There's a lot to do still.
You know, originally the schedule that I first put together was based on me not being here and chucking more money at it from working and earning a living.
Right.
And what's happened was, you know, it worked out a lot more cost effective for me to be here and kind of let the schedule go a bit, I suppose, let the timescales lapse and save money actually doing it and labouring and learning as well.
That's quite interesting though, because you're saying if you'd carried on working in your normal job, you'd earn more money to put into the build to make it go quicker. So the fact you're being hands-on is slowing down the build programme now.
It's slowing it down, but in terms of cost, it's not, you know, it's probably more effective.
So you're saving money, but it's taking longer.
Yeah.
But by the end, you're not just going to spend the same amount of money.
I don't know. It's like I said, George, I'm enjoying it. Let me enjoy it.
This is quite serious, isn't it? I mean, Emma's pregnant, another baby on the way.
Yeah.
You've got to get in here.
Yeah.
But do you think because of your inexperience, you've been too optimistic with the schedule?
I'm a sucker for being optimistic always, because that's the way I do things, I suppose. At the end of the day, I don't like to be pessimistic about anything, and at the end of the day, you know, you beat me up as much as you like, but I'm still going to be optimistic until it's finished, because I've got to be, because if not, I'd end up taking a running jump out of that window and calling it a day now.
To push the project on, Matt's hired a couple of carpenters to fix the plasterboard walls, while a local plumbing firm are fitting the bathrooms. And the first fix electrics are also going in. The paid professionals are making good progress, but they're costing Matt £1,000 a day. With major structural work still to be tackled, it's going to be tight to bring this project in on budget. But Matt's so confident he'll get into the barn on schedule, he's agreed to leave the caravan in just 5 weeks' time. If the barn's not ready on time, the family could be homeless.
I need to get in here because, you know, every minute I'm not in here, it's costing me more money in rent and stuff like that I don't need to be paying. So I need to get in here, we need to get in here. You know, I think we'll have a bathroom or maybe two, some water, some heating, some electric, you know, all the essentials. It's not going to have a kitchen, not a finished kitchen anyway.
Matt's decision to plough all these extra resources into the build is paying dividends. The plasterboard's up, and at long last, you can see the rooms. But just as the build's progressing, there's bad news for Emma. She's aggravated an old injury in her back, and it's put her out of action. Within days, her back's so bad, she can't even drive. And Matt's now juggling the build and the childcare.
She's really pissed off that she can't help, and she was getting into doing stuff, and now it's the final push and she wants to be doing stuff. It's a bit upsetting for her. She can't sleep, you know, can't get up to sort out the kids in the night if they get up, so I'm getting up to do them. You know, I mean, it's like this morning, you know, I could have left her to go to nursery on her own and felt guilty about it, or I took the kids to nursery and then took her to the osteopath, but you know, we've got pressure on to get this place done and in and ready. And then the pressure of that as well, but it happens, doesn't it?
To add to their problems, the cost of hiring all the extra help means they're now down to the last £35,000 of their budget. But with just a month till they get kicked out of the caravan, they can't afford to slacken the pace. Matt's working every hour to get in, but Emma's back isn't healing, and she's now confined to the caravan.
Just how painful, I mean, is it?